Good morning, everyone. We're calling this meeting to order. It's now 10 a.m. I have roll call of Board of Supervisors, District 1.
Patrice Horseman, District Number 1, and also Vice Chair. Good morning, everyone. It's great to see everybody here. Thanks for being with us.
District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. Apologize for not being in person, but I will be via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Adam Hess, District 3.
District 4, Judy B. Gay, Board Chair. District 5.
Good morning, this is Lena, and I am present. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, we will do the call to the public. We will now have the call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that the issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expressions of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide the comments at this time.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a comment, we have public comment forms on the table by the door that you can fill out. If you've joined us by Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that button, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. We do have one comment card, Laura Weinecke. If you want to go ahead and come up, you'll be provided 3 minutes to speak. If you could please state your name and address for our minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, when you'll be canvassing the general election results. Beginning back in September, October, I've been coordinating observers for my political party for election-related processes at the invitation of the recorder and the elections director. Over these past many weeks, I recruited and scheduled several dozen persons who've been taking shifts observing early voting, the receiving and processing of early ballots, and signature verification in the recorder's office. We've been watching tabulation and, when needed, the duplication of ballots at the election center. We observed at polling places on election day, and we watched the receiving of election day ballots and their tabulation at the election center on the night of November 5th into the early morning of the 6th. And I have several messages for you today based on the experiences of these observers, including myself. First, we were grateful for the transparency, the welcoming atmosphere, and the grace under pressure of all the staff members in all those locations, which reflects the guidance they receive from leadership. Secondly, your investments in the new election center, the equipment and the infrastructure have really paid off. It was clear how well prepared that facility is for security, for dealing with any potential disruptions, and for being available for public observation and scrutiny, and also for all the work that's done under pressure in that location. Third, our observers were all uniformly very impressed, even amazed, at the meticulous processes and the degree of confidence that is achieved in our election processes and their outcomes. So I think a beneficial outcome of this observation program is that several dozen people across our county are now much better informed, have had firsthand experience, and they have greatly improved understanding of our election procedures. So in conclusion this afternoon, when you hear from Recorder Patty Hansen and from the Elections Director Eslir Musta, please know that this part of the public, at any rate, is tremendously grateful for the transparency, the professionalism, and the elections of our elections infrastructure and the people who carry out all those processes. We appreciate you, the supervisors, having provided strong support of their efforts at continuous improvement and at ensuring that every eligible voter was able to vote and to have their votes counted fairly. Thank you for the chance to comment.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's anyone else here in the audience that would like to provide public comment that hasn't filled out a form but would like to do so now, you can come on up to the podium. Okay, and if you've joined us by Zoom, if you want to do a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon. We do not have any hands raised, Chair Begay, and no additional comment forms.
Thank you so much, Clerk Daly. We will go ahead and do the,
Can I make just real quick?
yes, Supervisor Horstman.
Since we're allowed very quickly, just I want to thank the speaker for who presented here this morning, and just all of the community members that took part in our election process. It took the county, it took the city, it took the community to really provide the type of voter integrity and transparency that was done. So thank you very much for your service and for the community's service.
Thank you. Any of the board members? There being none, I will go ahead and move forward. Proclamation. We do have a proclamation consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating November 2024 and the recurring third Wednesday of every November as GIS Day. And I have IT Director Matt Fowler.
Actually, it's Deputy Director Helen Costello. Good morning.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Matt's
We
here in spirit.
We thought you guys, it was changed or something.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Begay and members of the board. I am pleased to introduce our GIS team and GIS Manager Nate Wren for the proclamation of GIS Day at Coconino County. Thank you for providing an opportunity to recognize the importance of geographic information systems today through proclamation. As the former GIS manager, I understand the criticality of the technology and dedicated professionals needed to support these systems, applications, and tools. Please welcome Nate Wren to provide a brief overview and a reading of the proclamation.
Good morning, Chair Begay and members of the board. On the 10th anniversary of GIS Day at Coconino County, an event celebrated around the world, we would like to recognize the contributions of GIS technology from private sector to local governments like Coconino County. We also want to celebrate the GIS professionals who work behind the scenes to provide the maps, data, and applications used. Most of our team is here today. Derek Gregory, Gary Zalagi, Wes Bond, Lauren Keever, and Laura Puckett, who works for HHS, couldn't be here, but make it today, but she does great work as well. Coconino County GIS works daily to maintain authoritative critical data sets for 911 addressing and emergency response. the County Assessor's Office, Community Development, Emergency Management, both in preparation for and during emergencies, county elections, who some of you may remember the work we did for redistricting last year, and the County Manager's Office, to name a few. For the public, GIS offers greater transparency and accessibility to county services and information. Residents can access interactive maps to view parcel boundaries, zoning information, evacuation zones, and download data and maps through our hub page. This access encourages community involvement and helps the public stay informed about local government initiatives. GIS technology has become indispensable in supporting decision-making, community and emergency planning, and finding solutions to large and small issues. Thank you again for making GIS Day a way to inspire innovation and action in our community. And I will now read the proclamation. Whereas Geographic Information Systems, GIS, technology is a crucial tool for managing and analyzing spatial data, providing insights that empower decision-making and enhancing the quality of life for our community. And whereas GIS plays an essential role in the daily operations of Coconino County by supporting critical functions such as emergency response, public safety, infrastructure management, land use planning, and environmental conservation. And whereas the GIS Department of Coconino County diligently works to provide accurate, accessible, and actionable data that aids in the efficient delivery of public services, improves transparency, and fosters community engagement. And whereas the integration of GIS in county operations facilitates effective collaboration between departments, promotes sustainable development, and aids in the effective allocation of resources to better serve the needs of all residents. And whereas GIS technology has proven to be invaluable resources in responding to natural disasters, assisting in recovery efforts, and ensuring public safety through precise mapping and analysis capabilities. And whereas GIS Day is an opportunity to celebrate the dedicated professionals who contribute to the success and advancement of GIS in Coconino County, and to recognize the positive impact that GIS technology has on our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors that November 20th, 2024, and recurring third Wednesday of every November is hereby designated as GIS Day in Coconino County. We encourage all residents to join in acknowledging the significant contributions of GIS technology and the professionals who make it possible as we continue to leverage those tools for a brighter, more informed future. Thank you.
Thank you for reading the proclamation. At this time, I would like to ask the board if they wish to make a comment. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you for all being here. It's great to see you. And yes, many of us do remember those GIS maps for redistricting. But, you know, certainly the service that the GIS team has provided for the county and our community has been so very, very important. We talked a little bit about some of the emergencies that we've had and the crucial role that a GIS team played in our emergency response and information to members of our public. But just, we heard from another member of the public just a few minutes ago about elections and the role you all have done to ensure the integrity of the election process here in Coconino County is absolutely crucial and was essential for the great job that was done here by Coconino County on the most recent general election. So a huge thank you to you all. You know, I don't know how you can do it. It just frustrates me to no end sometimes, but you all obviously are some of the most patient people on the planet. And I certainly appreciate your dedication here to Coconino County. We so appreciate your work. So I'm glad it's celebrated across the world. I can hardly wait to attend the party, but yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Supervisor Hess?
Thank you, Chair. I like how in the proclamation you guys put the technical training because that's so important that you guys have to work so hard to keep up on the newest and greatest methods. And that's probably the thing that most people don't understand is how much technology you guys are utilizing and how much you have to research and stay on top of it. So that's kind of the unsung hero part of your job, I think, is, man, what's the newest, greatest tool? I'm such a map nerd from being an Army engineer that I used to use our maps all the time. And I've constantly been on the website looking at everything you guys do. And I really appreciate, I've told you in person that how much I really appreciate your hard work and your team's hard work. And man, keep it up and let's see what you guys can produce over and over. You guys can do way more than what we're utilizing. And I hope that the county, starts using those tools, but you got to tell us what you can do and keep bragging. You guys deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. Supervisor Fowler?
You all are so amazing. The amount of data that is needed today to produce a product is just absolutely amazing. So we're always talking about data centers out there in the world, and so I know the energy grid, they always talking about data and how to store energy and all of that. Well, that's the same thing here, and then with your, one of our priorities is broadband, and that's exactly what we have to have. And be able to have that grid to be able to do the work that you're doing. So I'm just really happy that our IT department has this vision and was able to merge all of these technologies together to be able to do what you all need to do. We wish we could do more, and we always talk about having more people is needed, but being the government and being constrained with our budget, sometimes we're not able to do it, but we really do appreciate your work. All of the, just the mapping, it seems very simple to say, but, we give little details about what we would like to see sometimes from our own district, and you're able to produce it and send it over. I just find it really amazing. And then to be able to be connected to the world of that technology world, I hope we're providing enough training and providing that training for you to go to so you're connected with the latest and the greatest out there. If you're not, let us know. So thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Helen, and Matt and the whole team, IT team. Thank you. It just amazing what you all do, and just beyond our own belief. Just every department is touched, and then our communities as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the team for all their work and just really celebrate the fact that by doing this proclamation, we're really telling the public just how important the work that you do is for our county. And so it's just really grateful for all the different maps and all the different ways that we're able to display and show crucial information about our county that helps us all do our job better. And so again, it's just great to have this proclamation and have this opportunity to publicly thank all of you for your work and recognize just how important it is for the work that we all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vasquez, Supervisor Vasquez. I just want to also say that, thank you so much for putting everything together, making sure that, providing accurate, accessible, tools, to deliver to our public with transparency, and then also to make an efficiency. So I just want to say thank you to all of you, for coming forth with this proclamation, for us to consider, and it's something that needs to get done. And I know that you're doing a lot of work. You're just something that happens here. You guys are right on it. Trying to get things going. So I know that's what you guys do. So thank you so much. Thank you. So may I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I would love to make a motion to approve the proclamation as read, designating November 20th, 2024, and recurring third Wednesdays of every November as GIS Day.
A second.
Second.
Supervisor Hess, motion has been made by Supervisor Horstman, seconded by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Would you like? to
Thank you.
vote?
Thank you for your support. Yeah.
You want to vote?
Yes, let's do it.
No, you gotta get out of there.
We are now at the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members would like to consider separately?
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I would like to remove, for just quick comments, and individual voting, item number 3, 7, and 9. I'm sorry, are you removing 6?
And
Okay. 6 and, just 6?
Okay, we're going to be removing items number 3, 6, 7, 9, and 10, right? Supervisor Vasquez, would you like to consider agenda items separately?
Yeah, I was looking at, actually, no, I don't have any right now. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think the 3 took all of them off. Okay, so we have, is there a motion to go regarding the consent agenda items?
Yeah. I would ask that we approve the consent agenda item 2, 4, 5, and 8. Two, 4, 5, and 8.
Okay, motion's been made. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we go back to item number 3. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and I'll just make this quick. Just was pleased to be able to join both District 2 and 3 to help with Traveling the Universe, which is a STEM-related educational program to benefit our community. And very pleased that we were able to add a little bit to its success. And with that, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to approve the funding agreement with Traveling the Universe for the Board of Supervisors to provide community initiative funds, 1,000 from District 1, 1,000 from District 2, and 1,000 from District 3 for a total of $3,000 for an academic enrichment program for 2025.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Okay, let's see.
Second.
Second. Motion's made and there's a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. I removed item 6 just to, I think that just to see if the Justice Court could just tell us a little bit more about the expansion of the mental health court. We have specialty courts in Coconino County, and they're very important and really changing people's lives and turning people's lives around. And we just happen to have our court administrator here, and I thought that maybe it'd be really good opportunity for her to tell us more.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Madam Chair and members of the board, I'm Shelley Bacon. I am the Deputy Court Administrator for Superior Court. Sharon Yates, our Court Administrator, was unfortunately unable to be here. So I am actually going to introduce Sydney Charinello. I have to read this because she's got a really long title. Her title is Mental Health Clinical Liaison Court Coordinator, and she has all the information that you would like to hear about. So I will ask Sydney to come up.
Good morning, Chair Begay and Supervisors. Thank you for having us here today. So we've been running our mental health court here in Superior Court for a little over 2 years now. I was excited to come over to the court and get this program off the ground. We've been operating for about 2 years, and we are at full capacity right now with 25 participants out of Division 2 of the Superior Court of Coconino County, with Judge Joshua Steinlage presiding over our program. And part of the steps to move forward with a program like this is always expansion. We find that unfortunately 25 spots is not enough for the participants in need. We are a treatment court program that serves a high-risk, high-need population of individuals who are seriously mentally ill and have co-occurring substance use disorders that are charged with felonies in Coconino County. And we want to be able to provide as much of our resources to as many of our community members as possible. And the idea behind applying for this grant was to allow us to expand our program, to add additional staff to our program, to further my position to run the program, and to allow for more participants in our program. We are seeing a very high need, more than we can serve right now. And I'm just very excited to have this opportunity to get to expand our capacity and to serve more of our community members. Because when our people succeed, they become amazing parts of our community, and I would like to see that continue. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. And when we talk about there is such a need out there for mental health services, here we are, we're helping people in our courts. Most people don't really realize how much court can do to be able to really fully help individuals that are in the most needs. And I just really commend you for your vision to be able to say, we need more, and to write this grant and to be able to help more people And we see it out in our communities, we see it in our schools, and here's one place where someone, they're at their, a lot of times at their last, this is their last thing that they want to be here, or else they're going somewhere else with a greater, you know, it's just, but here we're able to say, we can change your life. And thank you for your care and your commitment to these, to a lot of times the hardest people to work with. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to your team too.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Supervisor. Yes.
Yes, thank you for this. This is I was lucky enough to attend the graduation on the 5th. And on election day, it was more important for me to be there and really witness that. And it was, when you walked in, there was kind of a sense of, why are we here? And then at the end, after your graduate spoke, the whole room lit up and everyone was excited and motivated. And that shows a testament to your hard work. And you were key to that. And I really appreciate you working that and making it happen, because I don't know if you felt it, but we felt it in the audience. You're making a huge difference. And mentally, I mean, the mood changed. The two gentlemen sitting up there in the jury area, they went from being like scowls to happy and smiling by the end of it, and so proud of your graduate. And you could tell that they wanted to make the efforts to get there. And you didn't see that when you walked in, and then at the end you did. And keep it up. It's hugely important, and this is something I can definitely get behind. So thank you so much. And man, it's a hard job. It's a hard job, but you're making a difference, and it's evident. Sometimes you're too close to the flame to see it, but we could see it. So keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, just really briefly, we're going in the right direction. We've got to increase the capacity to, for this incredible program. We're going in the right direction. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, just that to reiterate what my colleagues have said, the work is so important, and we're definitely excited to see the capacity expand and grow. And we want to make sure that we can provide these services to as many people as possible. And, listening to the stories during those graduations, you hear and see the difference that it makes in our community. So thank you to you and your team for this program, and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I wholeheartedly agree with all my colleagues here, and I think we really are here to serve our constituents out there that need help. And with the funds that we have, I just want to say that, you're doing a lot with it, and you're talking about wanting to have more people. And, I guess we just need to kind of continue to work at that to see how we can do that. So thank you so much for you and your staff, coming forth and doing the presentation and all the hard work that they do with the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shelley. And Shelley, recently with Judge Reed and Sharon, were able to visit the Tuba City Navajo Nation courts. So thank you so much. And they're very interested in this program as well. So thank you. So
Thank you. With that, I'd like to have a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve item number 6.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler,
I'll second that.
second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries.
So
Item
number
number 7.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
Yeah, I asked to have this removed for informational reasons. When we are awarded a grant award after much work by the county staff, the community needs to know about it. And this is an example where Arizona Department of Housing and Coconino County Health and Human Services received a $440,000 grant for preventing housing insecurity flexible funds. And, certainly this is an example of the commitment that we are making with our partners to do what we can to decrease, homelessness and home insecurity here in our community. So I see that we have our HHS director, and I'd love to hear about this wonderful grant.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Begay and Supervisor Horstman. This is an amazing opportunity for our county to be able to participate in. The Arizona Department of Housing put out a bid, a competitive bid, of $5 million statewide. They received applications amounting up to $23 million statewide, and HHS was one of those chosen. Our residents here in Coconino County, we're going to be able to help 200 of them in the next 6 months. And the dollar amount, so part of the funding is different than most of our other funding. Relation to, it's $3,000 we can help with funding. It's flexible dollars. So if someone needs their car repaired, or they need clothing for work, medications, rental, deposits, even a mortgage payment, which is unique for us, in this case, we'll be able to assist them up to that $3,000 mark. So this is like one of those unique opportunities we're able to bring to Coconino County, and we really appreciate the opportunity to do so.
Supervisor Horstman?
I kind of made some comments, other people might, but I'll make a motion if nobody wants to make comments.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. Here's another program. You know, we're going into the winter months, and it is really difficult. This is a time that people really struggle, I've noticed. And sometimes they just don't know where to turn, and they have children and multiple families in one household, and maybe only one person working, and it's really difficult time. So I really appreciate you taking the initiative to write for this grant and to be able to, just have people have a place to turn to when they need to. So thank you. And what I notice is the people that need it are the ones that come.
So true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Would you like me to
Supervisor
make-
Horstman?
Yes, at this point, and again, appreciate the background information. This is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity for our community. I'd make a motion to approve and accept grant award ADOH contract number 536-25 between the Arizona Department of Housing and Coconino County Health and Human Services in the amount of $440,000 for the Preventing Housing Insecurity Flexible Fund for the terms of 7/1/2024 to 6/30/2025, and to approve a corresponding budget adjustment in the same amount to provide homeless prevention services in Coconino County.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item number 9.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horstman?
In the same spirit, I asked to separate number 9 to hear about also a grant award from the Arizona Smart Funds grant for our from the Federal Highway Administration, and to help us with our programs and roads here in Coconino County. So with that, I do see that our Public Works Director is here to provide information.
Thank you, Chair Begay and Vice Chair Horstman and members of the board. I'm Christopher Tressler, I serve as the Public Works Director. Well, this grant was awarded to Coconino County after an application by the Engineering Division. The purpose of the grant is to develop a comprehensive safety plan and local road safety plan, which aims to decrease fatalities and serious accidents. The total project cost for this is estimated to be $1 million. Right around $1 million. The U.S. Department of Transportation is awarding us $780,000, and we expect to make up the difference with a SMART grant with the state of Arizona, so there'll be zero fiscal impact to Coconino County. This is important work that helps inform the projects, the road and transportation-related projects that we do, to address the latest, to implement the latest technologies and applications that are available to decrease fatalities and serious accidents. The U.S. Department of Transportation has a goal to zero, meaning that zero fatalities on U.S. highways. This is the analysis and planning phase, and it's a multi-year study. And the results of this study will help inform our capital improvement plan, and it may also identify other projects that we'll pursue future grants for as well. And it's a county-wide study, and so it'll be multi-year study. It'll be really comprehensive.
Thank you, Mr. Tressler. Are there any comments by the board? Supervisor Horstman?
I'd be happy to make a motion unless there's comments. Otherwise, just a brief comment is, this is part of that Safe Streets and Roads program, and it's so important to be able to do what we can for our community and to increase the safety. Unfortunately, we just had a fatality here, was it yesterday or the day before? And, it's becoming more and more common. And so I think it's really important that we take a look at what we can do to increase public safety. So appreciate it and appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thank you for, I think this is a great, this study is needed. When you go to a community meeting, people's foremost questions are always on roads. So thank you so much for.
I just want to say thank you, Chris, for really looking at the transportation roads and where we need to ensure there's safety, for our students and for people that drive those roads. So I just want to say thank you, and this is going to be a great benefit to that. Any other comments? There being none, is there a motion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Horstman?
I would make a motion to approve the grant award for an SS4A grant with the Federal Highway Administration and a budget amendment in the amount of $195,300 for matching funds to be provided by the Arizona Smart Funds Grant. I would ask for approval.
There a second? Second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 10. Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, Madam Chair, I pulled this just for informational purpose. I see our sheriff here and our future sheriff, Axel, as well. And I just thought that it give this High Country Training Center Academy is really important that our sheriff's been working on. I thought it could just provide some information on it.
2 years ago, we embarked in a partnership with Coconino Community College, the Flagstaff Police Department, and NAU Police to establish a law enforcement training academy. Prior to that, we'd been sending our officers all over the state to obtain law enforcement training. And it's over 22 weeks of training, and it very, very costly. Upwards between $85,000 and $100,000 per officer or recruit. Establishing our own academy up here allows us to provide localized cultural training as well. And the value of that is teaching our officers who will be working in our communities about some of the cultural issues, about some of the cultural customs and traditions that we have here that allow them to be more effective in what they do in providing law enforcement and public safety services to the community. Our staffing levels allow us to send our people over to provide training as well, the existing staff that we have from our 3 agencies, and allows us to, in obtaining this funding, allows us to sustain this, which we know how important that is to keep this academy functioning up here with the people that we have. So at this point, we want to maintain the High Country Training Academy. We're in class number 5 right now, and we'll be conducting 2 classes a year. And the training costs, I think we all know, keep continuing to go up. But this will sustain us for the year with additional training for new recruits or cadets that join our department.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you, Sheriff. This is just another testament as to how our departments, our county works. Partnership and really thinking about our residents and what the residents need. Law enforcement can be very confrontational to communities. And yet we have a sheriff that it has this vision of being able to care for the communities, work with the communities, and then have a partnership throughout the communities. I really appreciate that. And this, you've been working on this for some time, and here your vision has come through, just like Pathways, you know. It's back to, you know, be careful what you think about. Then this is you thought, it was a thought, and then it came into being, you know. And so I just really like this program and being able to save money and be able to actually have people stay home and be able to take the classes necessary skills they need to be able to be on work with the communities here. So thank you so much for all that you do and your whole team. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, this is wonderful, and I can't believe you've already had 5 graduations. So it just seems like only yesterday. So
Time flies.
it really does. So, and you know, I think it's an example of, you know, where law enforcement's at its highest and finest is when it understands and is an integral part of our community. And that's exactly what this type of training certainly promulgates and supports. So thank you so much. It was a great idea. I'm so glad to see it coming to fruition, and look forward to future graduates. So thank you.
Thank you again. Supervisor Vasquez? You'd like
Yes,
to make a
thank you.
comment?
Yes, please. Just want to say congratulations. Had the opportunity to go one of these graduations. It's really cool to see. And it's not just our sheriff's deputies or Flagstaff PD that's benefiting. It's law enforcement agencies from all over Northern Arizona. It was really cool to see all those different agencies have their cadets go through and become officers. And so congratulations, Sheriff. And I look forward to seeing this program grow and as like grow our own, you know, which is what is so necessary as Supervisor Horstman mentioned is, you know, it's important that our law enforcement know our community and build that public trust. And this is one way to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hess?
Thank you. I think this is a great move because the hardest part when I've talked to all the people who have gone through the academy is the leaving and going down to the valley and being gone from your family. And I think this is a great way of increasing recruiting capabilities because now you've eliminated that from hardworking families. And I think that's probably the best takeaway. The cost savings is huge, but the fact that people can stay with their families and not have to be separated for the entire academy and maybe come home on the weekends, but that's an added cost to them. So I think this is great that an unseen, and you probably did see that, and you probably one of the major reasons you pushed for this, but I just want to thank you. And I know the families and the future recruits they're not even gonna know that that's gonna be a hard part that they're missing out on. And luckily for them. So this is awesome. And I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you too for you and your staff. You know, there's a lot of good that's coming out of it, and that, you know, we as Board of Supervisors and also the staff and the county is here for everyone that's within the county, and that's who we serve. And and good thoughts, good planning, and carrying things out, to ensure that they come to fruition. That's a given here. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you guys do out there. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to have a motion.
Well, Madam Chair, with that, I'd like to motion that we approve item number 10. Thank you, Sheriff.
Motion's been made by Supervisor Fowler. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We do have discussion items. Number 11, discussion update regarding state and federal legislative and or administrative matters. County Manager or Kim, Erica?
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm going to turn it over to Gregory. I know both he and Keith have updates and to share with us. So to you, Greg.
Thank you, Chair Begay, DCM Musselman. I'm going to turn it over to Keith, who will lead this discussion today. We have our consultants, Bob Holmes, Anama, and Karen Cruz online, and I'll be passing out a letter that Keith will discuss. So thank you.
Good morning, Chair Begay and board members. The lobbyists will do most of the talking here, but I did want to point out that we have this letter that it will be to the House and Senate leadership, and it's for the current Congress, not the incoming one. We're still working as we go through this Congress. These are with the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission recommendations. As you know, Lucinda Andriani was on that commission, and what we're trying to do is make sure that Congress goes with a proactive bipartisan approach to addressing the wildfire issues, and we're hopeful that they'll do that. So this letter is going to the leadership. The board has signed on, as well as 40 other groups. You can see them on the back, including our Board of Supervisors and locally also the Flagstaff Fire Department. In addition to that, if anybody has any questions on that, I can pause for that. Otherwise, I will kick it over to our federal and state lobbyists. So we'll start on the federal side, and I'll let Bob Holmes and Anama take it away here with the federal update.
Great. Thank you, Keith and Gregory, and thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. It's always good to see our friends in Coconino County. I wish we were there. We'll be there soon enough. We wanted to run you through a whole bunch of things today with regards to the election, what that possibly means for us, and some of the issues in the lame duck session. Obviously, as we all know, President-elect Trump is going to be the new president on January 20th, and he brings with him the Republicans maintained control of the House, although we have about 5 races that are undecided, and Republicans took control of the Senate. They'll have 53. It'll be 53-47. So still very tight margins. The House will look like it's going to be 221 to 214, although a couple races could go either way. Very, very close. That 221 to 213 will be a 1-seat gain for Republicans. So it's very, very marginal. I like to remind everyone on both sides of the aisle that in 2016, Republicans had complete control of the government, the presidency, the House, and the Senate. In 2020, Democrats had full control of the presidency, the House, and the Senate. So I just say this to say that things are likely going to change here very soon and very rapidly. If I were to guess right now, the House will probably swing back to Democrats in 2026. The Senate could, although the margins look a little bit, the Republicans have fewer seats to defend. So the big question then becomes is what's going to happen in the lame duck session? So there's obviously the one thing they have to get done is appropriations. So the current CR, continuing resolution, expires on December 20th. We were thinking with a split control of the House and Senate and an election of a new president, whether it be Vice President Harris or President-elect Trump, that they would want to clear the decks for the new president. With Republicans in full control now, the thought is that Republicans want to put their imprimatur on the legislative and appropriations process, and they are likely to kick the can down the road into 2025. We haven't heard a specific date, but we're hearing February 2025, they'll punt the appropriations bills. And what does that mean for us? That means another delay of 60 to 90 days potentially for when we might see our CDS requests finally go through to the agencies. So, that's a concern, obviously, because the sooner we can get the money, the sooner we can put together our projects and move forward. So that's number one, that has to get done. So Leader Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader right now, he has said that he would like to cut a deal with Republicans before December 20th, but I just don't think that is likely to happen. So they'll probably punt that down the road. So that's number one. The second thing that may happen and will likely happen is the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, that's passed 62 years in a row. It's the longest continuous reauthorization currently in the federal government. It funds all our military and their activities. That bill, that reauthorization has to be done by the end of the year. The House and the Senate have cleared that bill. That bill will likely be a clearinghouse for a whole host of bills, including potentially a farm bill extension. They're talking about it doing a farm bill extension until September next year. A farm bill extension, WRDA, which is the Water Resources Development Act, that'll likely be a part of that, and potentially a lands package, which may or may not include the Yavapai Apache Nation water settlement, as well as the $5 billion proposed Northeastern Arizona Indian Water Rights Settlement Act, or NERISA. So the lands package is actually moving through the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee today. There are 87 bills being marked up, so it's going to be a long day for those folks over there. And that may be attached to that package as well. So that's, maybe I'll step back and see if the board members or staff have any questions with regards to that, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the lame duck. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Keith, and the board.
Does anybody on the board have questions?
Supervisor Horstman?
So when is the Congress set to go home for the winter holidays?
Well, that's a great question, Supervisor. So the goal was to get everything done by December 20th. I still think that's a reasonable timeline to get everything done, Friday, December 20th. They'll punt the CR till next year, and then they could come back potentially if they don't have a deal for NDAA, but I think they will by the 20th. So I would say by the 20th, but they'll definitely be in here for a few more weeks.
Just another question. Is SNAP included in the Farm Bill extension?
Yes, it will be a straight extension of the current bill. So yeah, and that's one of so the Farm Bill is very interesting. Senator Schumer on Monday on the floor said that he would like to pass a farm bill this year. There was a very slim outside chance that that would happen. Now with Republicans fully in control, the big debate, Supervisor, as you know, has not been about forest health or some of the other titles. It's been about TANF and SNAP and some of those other food nutrition programs. So with Republicans in control, they're just going to wait until next year. Although Senator Stabenow, who is the chair of the Senate Agriculture Committee from Michigan, she's retiring, and she had just introduced her bill yesterday. I still don't have a copy of it, but they're going to make a push. But I think it's a fruitless endeavor.
So is the Embers Act just done? It's
So
not gonna go.
so as part of the lands package, and Lucinda and Gregory and Keith and Andy and the team have been working really hard on this, is there is going to likely be a forest title. Now, the Ember Act will likely not be a part of it. However, bits and pieces of the Ember Act will likely be in that forest title. I think there's so many bills out there, Supervisor, where there are bits and pieces that they're going to take out and try to put into a final lands package under a forest title. That's one of the reasons the House passed last month, or I'm sorry, in September, the Fix Our Forest Acts. We call it FOFA. They passed that bill with large bipartisan support, but it really put the House's imprint on that bill so they could use it as a negotiating tool when we get into conference negotiations about the lands package. So I think we will see bits and pieces of the Ember Act, and we've been talking to Paul Babbitt on almost daily about that, and he's confident that we'll be able to get smaller bits of that overall package in there.
Any other board members have any questions?
Yeah, and so the Farm Bill, happy that that will get an extension. It's been just, I don't know how it got so controversial. It's such a great bill, but I'm really happy. At least it's seen some light to September 20. You know, as the county, most counties are very much in support of the Farm Bill. And then really happy to learn that the Yavapai Apache and the Navajo Nation water bills may be is part of the land bill as well. What else is part of the land bill that sounds like, I mean, just like 87 bills in a package, an omnibus bill becoming, and I'm just thinking that how hopefully nothing holds this back. These are important legislations that are as part of this. And then there was a discussion, I noticed in the news that there may be a relief fund for the hurricane that is a relief or a recovery bill that sounds like it's going to be huge, and just wondering where that fits in with this one.
Well, supervisors, I tend to think that this is what you're talking about is the recovery.
The disaster relief bill.
Disaster relief bill is Recovery Act. And what we do know is that FEMA, along with many other of the recovery agencies, have depleted their funding. So it is going to be in the many billions of resources that they need to just be able to service those folks from the hurricanes. So it's going to be an interesting end of the year session for sure. And definitely we are estimating that this is going to be a hot topic to discuss.
Yeah, President Biden just released his disaster relief bill yesterday. It's $100 billion to pay for all the disaster relief. Disaster relief will probably be one of those bills that is tacked on to one of those other bills that's moving. And Supervisor Fowler, I want to go back quickly to the Yan and Narissa, the Yavapai Apache Nation Water Rights Settlement Bill and the Northeastern Arizona Indian Water Rights Settlement Bill. Though those bills were slated to be marked up tomorrow in the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs. Both of those bills were left off of that markup. There's still some issues with dealing with Narissa with regards to 7 upper basin states. So they're trying to work that out. But I think and I'm waiting to get confirmation, although reaching the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs has been difficult because they're getting ready for that hearing and markup tomorrow. I think there will likely be another markup here before the end of the year so they can try to move that bill and then get it onto the lands package. Because one of the requirements to get on the lands package, and to talk a little bit more about that, is you have to pass, it has to either be passed in the House or Senate Committee on Jurisdiction to be included in a bill. And these 87 bills are pretty non-controversial. Now we get to the water rights settlement. Hopefully they'll become non-controversial, but I think they're still working out some details with regards to that. And the reason why this is actually, I found that's out committee history. I'm a little bit of a sycophant when it comes to Senate history, but in House history, this will be the largest markup of bills in the history of the Senate, 87 bills. They unbanked, in other words, they put 50 bills in one bill to pass it. But they usually, at the end of each Congress, so every 2 years, they pass an omnibus lands package. They haven't done one since 2018. So there's a real glut of legislation that's been backloaded. So they're trying to package these all in a big giant bill. And by the end of the day, it'll probably be 100+ bill, 100+ bills put into that bill that will pass. So they're trying to clear the decks, which is good because, again, most of these are non-controversial.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yeah, just a comment that's so important for us here in Coconino County. The last administration, the current administration, provided the largest budget for and on behalf of our forests and forest restoration work, which those of us here in Coconino County and as part of the Fry forests have been able to really leverage that largesse into some restoration across both the Kaibab and the Coconino. But we aren't done. And it is absolutely essential that the federal government, I'm echoing, that the federal government continue its commitment to get the job done here for forest restoration. Health and safety of so many of our forest and mountain communities really depend on it. So appreciate your advocacy for that, to get that done. And we need to, all of us, continue to stay vigilant. I know many of us and Supervisor Vasquez and Fowler and also Judy Begay, we've all gone back there to really underscore the importance of continuing this commitment for our forests and forest restoration. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for your commitment to this issue and all the other issues that are so important to the county. So I just want to highlight a couple things. I think
Supervisor Vasquez, sorry, I had to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll yield to Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. I apologize for that. I just wanted to also reiterate, we really appreciate, the reports and getting a sense of what's going on and allowing us to figure out how best to maneuver forward so that we can help bring those services to our county as needed. And so, we really depend on your advice and you're reading the tea leaves to, the best direction to go and how to approach these different issues. And we depend on that because that's why we've been successful bringing back funding and support for our local community for services. So thank you for that and look forward to working with you moving forward as we proceed and the administration changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Anna? No? I just want to say thank you, Bob and Anna, for being out there, for being the eyes and the ears for us. And, just as long, that we have, as we have a lot of projects, we have a lot of things that we want to do and maintain and, things like that. So it's going to take funding. And you're always, helping us, saying these are coming down the pipeline, and that really helps us to plan, as board here, and to gear the ship in a certain way. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to mention one last thing while it's on my mind. I know it's really important to the county is SRS, reauthorization secure rural schools. The Senate passed last Tuesday, they passed the secure rural schools reauthorization that would have backfill the payments in 24 and 25 as well. They and you signed a letter, Madam Chair, asking the House to support SRS reauthorization. We have sent those letters out. We're having conversations with our House colleagues, and we're hopeful, if we do a lands package or attack a lot of these bills on, we can tack that SRS reauthorization because it's so critically important to Coconino County and frankly, a lot of counties in Arizona.
Any questions on SRS or comments?
Supervisor Horstman?
It's $3 million. We need it. And, I can say, having sit on the WYR board, it may be under attack and in the future. So I think your advocacy in getting this done is going to be extremely important. So thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, SRS, it's always under attack. Somehow it keeps on moving like the energy battery, it doesn't matter what comes at it. So let's hope that it does stay in place, and that, with the new Congress coming in, I don't know how many are coming in new. We need to really educate them about counties, and then being able to be the deliverers of the services and the ones that deliver the health care, public health, and the one that is when there's a disaster that happens, the counties are the ones that are on the ground. Counties are the ones that own over 40% of roads and bridges in the country. So that's where that education really needs to come in. And I just want to thank you for being there and just being our eyes and ears and being able to work with all the changes that are happening and keeping an eye on it and guiding us along. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Well, it's a great team, starting with the board and all the staff. Gregory and Keith do an incredible job. We're very thankful to partner with you all, and I think the success speaks volumes about how important it is to do this hard work that we have to do in DC. And so we appreciate all the efforts that you guys have made to come out and pound the pavement out there. So thank you guys.
Bob, not to put you on the spot for one more, but do you want to give a brief update on RICA as well?
Oh, yeah. So appreciate that, Keith. So there is a possibility that RICA reform, which is the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, could be reauthorized in the lame duck session. The real sticking point right now is Senator Hawley from Missouri wants to add a lot of states to and a lot of areas to that would be eligible for compensation, and the cost is about $60 billion, so it's a significant cost. He is digging in his heels to ask for that. Speaker Johnson has said that he would support a straight reauthorization of the current RICA. I think that may be a place where they end up landing, but really Senator Hawley and some of his allies have dug in their heels to ask ask for that bigger area for compensation. So that's something we're continuing to monitor. It kind of failed at the last reauthorization. So I think what we'll see is that be grandfathered in, and people will be able to make claims again if they allow it to be reauthorized.
Supervisor Horstman?
Just a comment, we get to do this on the board. It is very disappointing that the largest economy in the world has not been able to pass a budget. You know, it's a horrible way to run a business, let alone a country. And it certainly puts so many of our programs, our services that we, as the service providers, as local government in the county, it puts it all at risk. And so disappointing. We will continue our advocacy. And Supervisor Fowler, I hope their ears are open.
With that, I want to thank both Bob and Anna for all your work in DC and for bringing all this into context and for keep tracking down and speaking with our elected representatives up there and keeping us all in the loop. Next, we'll move on to state updates from Karen Cruz, and Supervisor Fowler brought up the Energizer Bunny earlier, so hopefully Karen will be wide awake and can provide that kind of context with the state update. Might take a second to get her up on the screen here. Welcome, Karen. Please feel free to give us your state update.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Begay and supervisors and leaders and government affairs team. As the federal team managed to get through after the election, there's a lot going on, much like at the state level. At the state level, now that the dust has settled, we now know that the state Senate is sitting at a 17 Republican majority to a 13 minority Democratic makeup. So the Republicans in the Senate managed to pick up one seat. On the House side, we are now at a 33 Republican majority to 27 Democrat minority. And in the House, the Republicans picked up 2 seats there, which it's the same as last year. So for all intents and purposes for us, it doesn't shift our strategy or our thinking or our mindset in any way going forward. And in fact, the financial situation at the state level remains constant as well. So while we'll continue to advocate for some of our asks, I'll just set the stage by saying nothing is really going to change all that much for us. As I understand it, there's no major staff changes that are happening. So there's going to be a lot of continuity there at the legislature. The leadership elections in both chambers for both caucuses have now happened. And so we know who leadership is going to be. There was some watching very carefully of everybody about who was going to emerge in leadership, especially in the Republican caucus, to see if they were going to bank more right. They ended up shifting a little bit more to the center. So at least from a leadership perspective, what they're signaling is a center-right posture, which is good news. Could have been worse, for sure. The committees have also been established, and they're well ahead of schedule, I will say, on establishing those committees. On the Senate side, all of the committees and all of the members have been assigned. On the House side, the committees have been announced, and the chairs and the vice chairs have been announced, but they're still in the process of assigning individual members, both Republicans and Democrats, to those committees. Of note on the committees, on the Senate side, they decided to do away with the Transportation Committee and instead are opting to shift any of the transportation-related bills to either the Appropriations Committee, because a lot of the transportation bills tend to come with an ask. They're, asks for funding for infrastructure projects or public safety. So if it's a policy issue related to transportation, it's likely related to a safety element of some sort. So that was the thinking on the Senate's part. We'll see how that goes and how that works out. I'm not sure that there's going to be a lot of activity related to infrastructure asks anyway, given that the budget situation remains stagnant. We'll, given everything that that we know, that's basically kind of the same. We will continue to advocate for our 35 million in DFFM funding. We will continue to advocate for the 1.65 appropriation for our Pathways to Community program in the governor's budget specifically. I continue to work on that. I know that they are discussing that. I know that that's in the mix in the governor's office and in conversations that they're having about putting her budget together and her state of the state speech, et cetera. So I'll continue to keep my finger on the pulse of that to see whether or not we're going to be successful with that. That doesn't mean, even if it makes it in her announced budget in January, that doesn't mean that it's actually going to make it at the end and be funded. But it is a signal that she will help us to champion that, and that maybe she will help to fight for that and advocate for that through budget negotiations, through session, and at the end. So we'll just have to wait and see. If not, we will shift gears and potentially propose a separate bill that's up for discussion. There's different ways that we can go about that. And we are in the process of those discussions with staff there to figure all of that out. The 35 million to recapitalize the SMART Fund. I know that there's a SMART Fund ask that was just approved. And so we want to continue to advocate for the recapitalization of that fund. Last year, there was no additional funding put into the fund, so it's dwindling down pretty quickly. But I think there's a lot of support for the concept and for the fund itself. It's really just a question of the lack of funding at the state level. And as there is funding, different priorities come up for different members. And so it's just a question of continuing to advocate for our projects and that fund in particular, so that when there is funding next year, maybe the year after, it's one of the first things in line to get funded, because everybody has been advocating for it and the importance of it. So that's what we'll continue to work on. The other thing that we'll be educating legislators on is our projects submitted in the RTAC bill. We will continue to advocate for that, for Highway 89 and the Burris turnabout there. And again, that's mostly just to continue to elevate the importance of these projects without the expectation of actually getting funded. But it's important to keep out there and talking about what's going on in Coconino County. And then related to that, I know Gregory and Keith have put out a request for availability on December 11th and 12th. And what I'd like to do, as soon as I hear back from your offices, if you are attending the CSA board meeting on the 12th, please let me know, because what I'll do is I'll start to set up meetings with legislators. I'll try to set up meetings with legislators and staff so that we can brief them on these issues and get the ball rolling in that way. So I'll urge you to please respond with that. That would be very helpful for me to get those scheduled, because their schedules are starting to fill up for sure. And then the other issues that I've been working with the government affairs team and the supervisors and staff on is the wildfire insurance issue. As you know, it's an ever evolving situation. The DiFi director, Director Richardson, is convening a stakeholder process, but it will be to gather data only. There's no policy suggestions, there's no solutions that might be proposed at the end. Those she plans to start in mid-December. They will be every other month, and at the end of a year, she will be putting together, her office will be putting together a document, but it will again simply contain data of the situation here in Arizona, in addition to kind of a recap of what the situation is in other states, and perhaps taking inventory of how they are addressing their issues in other states, but without any recommendations. So once that document comes out, allegedly in January of 2026, then it would be up to policymakers, the governor's office, et cetera, to potentially pick that up and develop policies from that. Simultaneously, because it is such a crisis, as we know, here and everywhere around the state, simultaneously, we are working with other stakeholders, other counties, fire districts, the insurance industry, convening a different stakeholder group to work on policy issues this session to help alleviate some of the pressure that our constituents are feeling. So that has not happened yet. We're in the process of the legislative staff, I apologize, legislative staff is responsible for putting that together. So now, again, that the elections are done, leadership is identified, and committees are set, they can start to put the work together of putting different members together that are interested in developing or working with the stakeholders to develop policies, low-hanging fruit, if you will, so that we can get some successes and some relief. Obviously, always keeping my eye on water issues. My understanding is that the Ag to Urban bill will be coming back in some form. Don't know what that's going to look like yet, but I know that there's great anticipation to see what that language is going to look like. I know there's going to be a great effort to make that, again, consensus language to get some success with that to help alleviate pressure on our aquifers, especially in the AMAs. The other issue that I've been working with is on the BEAD issue, the broadband program, and ensuring that the letter that you signed and submitted to the ACA, the Commerce Authority, with our input about our preference to instead of chopping up in districts and inviting ISPs to bid on these districts, we're advocating for our entire county to be included as one district. And so I have followed up with the governor's office on that very kind of in a back channel way, and they were very appreciative of that information and that perspective, and completely understood what we were saying. So I can't guarantee anything, but I do know that our input is being well received. I do know that we've been contacted by other counties and other entities who are curious, who have seen our letter and are curious about, they have the same concern and the same input. So there's momentum building to shift or potentially change the proposed method that they're advancing right now. Keeping an eye on that, and Gregory and Keith and I will definitely keep you posted if we hear anything more about that. And then obviously we know that affordable housing is going to be coming back. Have no idea what policy approaches are going to be tried at the legislative level, but we'll definitely be keeping you posted on that. I know some of it is going to be, you know, some attempts at some zoning mandates. We just don't know what that's going to look like. So keeping our eye on that, and we'll keep you posted on that as well. And with that, that's all I have at the moment. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Supervisor Horseman, I know.
I had to take a breath there for you.
I'm sorry.
Anybody have any questions?
Yes, and thanks, Karen. Really appreciate your advocacy down there. I know sometimes it's incredibly frustrating and difficult, and yet you seem to always put a good face on it and a good spin on it, so I really appreciate that. You know, just obviously for us here in Coconino County, it's so important we continue our strong advocacy for rural groundwater management. As everyone knows, Coconino County, like 70% of the land mass in Arizona, does not have control over its groundwater and groundwater management. So I think that's going to be absolutely essential. And I know that the governor has strong support on advocating and passing a truly meaningful rural groundwater management bill. And hopefully we can look at that and get something done this legislative session. And I know we've got the Wilcox AMA coming up. I don't know, you may want to talk about that. I'm not sure that everybody in the board is aware of what's going on through the governor's initiation.
Yes, thank you so much. Chair Begay and Supervisor Horseman and members. Yes, groundwater management is going to be another very large piece of water policy that's going to be moving forward this year. I think out of frustration, the governor, through the Department of Water Resources, declared a move to the Wilcox Basin area to start the process of creating an AMA around that Wilcox Basin. There has been a lot of discussion. That is the basin in Arizona that is most in crisis. Lots of residents are turning on their taps and mud is coming out. I mean, it's a really bad situation there. So, you know, there are members, legislative members from that area, in particular, Representative Gail Griffin, who was and will be the incoming chair as well of NRU, the Natural Resources, Environment, and Water Committee. And she just is very opposed to any attempt at managing groundwater in any way. She believes it's a property right, and she will go to her grave fighting for that. In the meanwhile, people in surrounding areas are suffering. So the governor stepped in. And so we're going to see how that is going to roll out. But in December, they're having their very first community meeting down in Wilcox with to invite people from the members of the public to come and voice their concern, their experience, their perspective, one way or the other. But that's the beginning of the process. So she is moving toward creating an AMA around that Wilcox Basin, and this is the first step.
I believe it's December 10th, isn't that correct?
I think so. That sounds right, yes.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Fowler?
Yes, thank you, and thanks so much. Well, there's so much to do. I don't know if it's the same legislators. Well, it's they keep just letting things roll by, and those things that are rolling by are just getting bigger and bigger, and we're just chasing them, and not addressing water, not addressing the insurance, not addressing housing, not addressing gas sales tax, not addressing, our highways, not addressing, what else are we supposed to do? And in the meantime, they keep on rolling it out to the counties to be able to fix these things. What the heck? Jeez. And here we're the ones that are at the, we're the ones that are our hand. In the meantime, they tie our hands and cannot do things. So, you know, legislative body, they really need to learn about the counties and be able to help how counties can do more if they just allow counties to do more. You know, they shackled us with the vacation homes and they gave us a little door so we were able to at least address a little bit of that. And yet they expect us to do so much more, and they expect us anything they can't pay for, they expect us to be able to pay for it. So yeah, I think that we all need to just stay frustrated and just, however, we have to work with them. And you know, even the BEAD funding, we had a great proposal. It was the best in the state of Arizona, and we didn't get a penny of it. And yet we were the first one that was named as part of the rural counties to be able to receive funding. So I don't know if they really understand what BEAD is all about. And I'm hoping that, you know, that we will be able to get the ears of some of these legislators to understand that they have responsibility. They have a capability of actually addressing some of these issues instead of just going and sitting there, listening and going home. And so I'm
I
not
agree.
frustrated.
Well, Chair Begay, Supervisor Fowler, I definitely, I feel you. I feel you. And what I would say is, as always, I love your passion. And come with me on the 11th and the 12th. I will put you
Yes,
to work.
and I
Please.
shall be there. And, you
Please,
know,
yes.
and with that said, though, at the National Counties Association as well, as, you know, being the chair of RAC, the the National Counties Association also is addressing, they're feeling what is happening throughout the country. So they establish, and you may already know this, Karen, but somehow we all need to work together, establish the NACO Interagency Disaster Relief Task Force. I'm on the task force, and we're addressing many of the issues of wildfire insurance. Or it's not just wildfire insurance, it's homeowners insurance across the board, and the water, watershed issues and fire and natural disasters and climate. And that is, we're all tasked with a certain responsibility and putting some reports together to really educate Congress about it. And these are, you know, same issues that we're seeing here at the state level. It is across the country, and from across the country, National Counties Association, at least we can come together from throughout the country and actually have a meaningful conversation about it. And all of this takes funding. And where is it that that funding's going to come from? How do we do it, and how do we address things better? So what we've been trying to do, and thanks with Keith and Gregory here, we're a team from our county to be able to move some of these issues forward. So, and anyway, yeah, we just have to keep on marching around the halls there and try and really educate the community about it. And even rural groundwater management. You know, when we make a decision here about development, certain times we're told we can't even ask about it, you know. So housings are being built and developments are, people are buying houses without knowing if they actually going to have water. That's what's happening in Wilcox because our hands are tied. Then the state legislators are not willing to allow people to know whether they're buying in a safe environment, if they have water, and then you can't even do certain things. What else? You know, talk about public safety. You know, what is their definition of public safety anyway? So, thank you. I'm not frustrated.
Yes, ma'am.
Sing it, sister.
Supervisor Horseman?
No, so I'm just going to make the comment. It's crazy times that we live. So, and, you know, I know that the new state legislature will be taking office after the first of the year. It might be a good time for us to also go down there and as Supervisor Fowler has indicated, you know, do what we can to let them know what our concerns are up here in Coconino County and in the rural part of the state of Arizona. Just for whatever it's worth, the 11th or 12th, I sit on the BLM RAC, and I'll be down there for a BLM RAC meeting for as long as the BLM RAC continues to exist. But hopefully after the first of the year, we can do something.
Chair Begay and board members, if I may.
Go ahead.
Certainly planning those opportunities to meet with the Arizona legislative members. Mr. Marshall is back, or has been reelected, and Mr. Blackman is coming back. And we've worked with Mr. Blackman in the past, and he's aware of our issues, as well as May Peshlakai and Myron Sosi, who we've also worked with. So in terms of LD 6 and 7, and even 1 with Representative Nguyen and Bliss, and then we'll have a new Senator Fensham down in LD1, which does cover the Sedona portion of our county. So we will be setting up those opportunities in January, educating leadership. A lot of the committee leadership that's there are returning. And then we're also, just so you're aware, we have put a call out to our elected officials as good government affairs partners to work with our other elected officials on policy items that they may want to bring forward. We know that Assessor Ruiz will be trying the bill to raise the thresholds for some of those relief programs in his office, given the cost escalation. Those caps have now been exceeded, and so we have a lot of disabled veterans, widows, people on disability who do not qualify for tax relief through the assessor's office programs. He wants to raise those thresholds, and so we're meeting with him on Thursday this week to narrow down what he's doing through ACO, his association, to help mobilize Karen and the government affairs team to support the assessor in his work. And so we continue to put that call out with our other elected officials as we work to build a one county legislative team, and of course through your leadership and partnership. I just wanted to recognize that we are also working with our other elected officials on policy items and working with Karen on that. So thank you.
Thank you, Greg. I'm sort of frustrated with a lot of things. I've been on here for the board for going on 4 years, or almost in the fourth year, and things are not moving. And it's really frustrating when you're sitting as a board of supervisor and your hands are tied, and there's no funding, and our constituents are asking, why this, why that, and we're trying the best we can from our board, trying to get them educated. But I think we need to get during the CSA meeting for the meeting caucus, and maybe all the large county, the small counties, we need to make this an issue, because I think if we can get an education packet together, and basically go off of that, to orientate the people that are pushing things on us without any funding, to understand and how they see us doing things without the dollars set forth for us. So that's what I wanted to say, but it is very frustrating. And I know my sister gets really edgy here, so, but anyway, she has that right, because I think we all do, and at some point in time we do that. When something is not getting done, then you have to say something about it, and it's only going to take us. And I hear it here and there, like the CSA meeting or other meetings that we go to, but what have we done this far to move forward with that? So that's where we need to move forward as a group, as an organization, as also as counties. So anyway, I just want to say that. Thank you.
And Chair Begay, I think you bring up a great point there. A lot of what we do down at the state legislature is defensive.
Mm-hmm.
And so while we do have an offensive agenda, we do play a lot of defense. And Supervisor Horstman, who serves as our LPC rep, and Supervisor Fowler as our alternate, can testify to that. I do think we do have a champion that's coming in from the county supervisors, Ms. Hildy Angus. She's been elected to the LD 30 seat, and was down at CSA the other week and was mentioning how she's bringing up local government and how legislators often view local governments as subdivisions that they can just legislate downwards and we absorb. And so she's going to be challenging that. I think there's some opportunities with her leadership there as a local government, previous board of supervisor for many years in Mojave County, to help assist and utilize her office as we work to educate members. And so certainly the offensive agenda, may stall. We've seen that for years on the gas tax, for example, but the defensive agenda is so important as well, because we need to protect what we have, minimize our exposures, and work to educate. And we'll certainly set up the plan to do that now that we have the results of the election. We'll be heading down in December, and we'll follow up in January as often and as willing as you are all willing to travel down there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions for Karen?
Yeah, I just wanted to say again, Karen, we really depend on you to give us the advice and the kind of read the tea leaves down at the state capitol so that we can protect so many of these services. Because while, there are federal monies and we deal with DC, the state is really where it's at for us, where if we want to protect our local monies and to make sure that we aren't getting stuck with unfunded mandates, we have to be a voice out there. We have to advocate for our communities. And so, again, just thank you for all your work. And, looks like we're going to be making several trips down to the Capitol this year. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Chair Begay and Supervisor, thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely. And Greg and Keith, I appreciate your focus on our defensive posture. And it sort of is a perpetual state for public entities to always be on their back heel. It's where we all start from, generally speaking. And we'll just, we get stronger. And we have a veto power still. We have the power of the veto pen, who maintains her office for the next 2 years up on the 9th floor. And that is a backstop. It will continue to be a backstop for us. And so that relationship and that education and that dialogue and that open communication with the various members of her policy team continue to be a priority for us at Government Affairs. And we'll continue to do that.
I do have to say, with Karen at the line of scrimmage and Patrice and Lena being on the LPC, when the legislature gets in the red zone, the Coconino County defense is really good at stopping them. So appreciate that. Like
Okay.
2 football fans got it and everybody else says, what is he saying? But anyways, any other questions or comments?
Thank you, Karen.
Thank
Thank you
you,
for the
everyone.
update. We're going to have to put some boxing gloves, purchase it and give it to you down there.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members.
So at this time, I guess we can go ahead and break for lunch. We only have 10 minutes, so thank you. We'll see you back at 1:15. Hello? Yeah, go. Okay, back in session. We are on item number 12. And we'll go ahead and give the floor to Erica.
Madam Chair, would you like to do the canvas and then move to this discussion at the end?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. Madam Chair, so we are excited to introduce item 15, which is the presentation, discussion, consideration, and possible action to canvass the November 5th general election results in Coconino County, and then the transmittal of the results to the Arizona Secretary of State. So Deputy Recorder Donna Kasner is here, and Elections Director Eslir Musta, and they will be presenting today. Thank you, Donna.
All right, good afternoon, Chair Begay and members of the board. I'm happy to talk about the canvas today. We are part of the recorder's office who takes care of early voting, so we're going to go first with what happens before Election Day. Patty Hansen, our county recorder, is sad to not be here today. She is ill with COVID. Of course, you know, perfect timing. She waited till after the election, though.
Be sure to thank her for waiting until after the election, okay?
That's right.
We're very glad that she was up and running during that time.
All right, there we go. So the recorder's office, it consists of not only voter services, but also our recording team, our mail room, and our Native American outreach program. And we really want to recognize all of our team members because everybody pitches in during election time. And we do have some of our staff here today. Sedona Stone, our voter registration manager, my partner in crime, and Elta Foster, she's our business manager, and she takes care of the mailroom as well. And to all of you watching out there, thank you so much. We couldn't do it without our entire team. And we also have a lot of intermittent team members. We can't do this without expanding our personnel greatly during election time. So we have our voter services team. And I do want to point out that we borrowed Allie Horton from the treasurer's office. So we even pulled from different departments, and Allie was great. And then we also had a Secretary of State fellow. This is the first time that the Secretary of State had a fellowship program for elections. We'll talk about that in a minute. But Taryn was really great as well. And then our Tuba City office team, we have an office out there where we expand our personnel there as well. And then we also have our early voting board, and we love these. These are mostly just retirees that come back every time to help us out. We had 14 of them this time, and they really do more than just now, their main process is opening the early ballots, but they do so much more than that. They conducted voter registration drives for us. They actually visited our senior living facilities. They conducted special board voting, and what that is if somebody is homebound or at the hospital and can't get to the polls, they go out to them. They also opened and closed our ballot drop boxes and retrieved ballots from those drop boxes every single day. They ran errands to Page and Tuba City, and they were greeters at our mall office, outside the office itself, to kind of prep the voters for when they go inside to vote. They also duplicated our UOCAVA ballots, and we'll talk about UOCAVA in a minute here. They also date stamped the early ballots and processed our provisional ballots. So they did a lot for us. And the election officially started on September 21st, 2024, not even anywhere near November, because that's when the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, which allows our military and overseas voters to receive a ballot, that starts 45 days prior to the election. And we had 592 UOCAVA voters vote this time. And that's a pretty big amount. 479 used our Secretary of State's secure online portal. And that's through, we email them a ballot and then they can upload it to that portal. 3 of them voted by fax. 99 voted by good old snail mail still. And 11 voted by federal write-in absentee ballot. And that's a ballot that it's kind of an emergency write-in ballot if they didn't get their normal ballot. And those ballots used to be called submarine ballots because those who were deployed to be under in a submarine for weeks at a time can't get a regular ballot. So that's why they were called that. So the Secretary of State had a new program that I mentioned. It was an election fellowship program, and it was meant for like newly graduated college students mostly. Taryn had just graduated from NAU, and it was to allow younger people to learn about the elections programs and possibly want to go into the elections profession. So Taryn did a bunch of stuff for us, and she was just so instrumental in helping us conduct our voter registration trainings. She conducted voter registration drives and early voting, also at the senior living, homeless and domestic violence shelters she went out to. She also created and implemented our media campaign. We have never put this much into radio, newspaper, and social media just to get the word out about early voting and voter registration. She also did some public speaking at events and college classes about voter registration. And she distributed voter registration forms to different areas around the county. And just to give you an idea of the kind of volume that our office goes through for voter registration, between August 1st and October 7th, so right after the primary to the registration deadline for the general election, we processed 14,214 registration forms. 9,367 were from the Easy Voter system, and that's through the MVD. And then 4,847 were paper registration forms. And we also have mobile voter registration sites, and I'm actually going to go back and show you. So that's a picture of our trailer, our voter services within Reach trailer that Ray Daw and his crew takes on the reservation. And every Tuesday through Saturday, for several months, they were out there doing voter registration. And you can see all the different places that they went to. And then we also had some challenges like right before the early or the registration deadline about documented proof of citizenship. And basically, there were a couple Supreme Court decisions. The first one was about people who had gotten their driver's license prior to October 1996. It was discovered that they had not proven or given proof of citizenship to MVD. And even if they had gotten a duplicate driver's license after that, it wasn't tracked that they had not ever shown proof of citizenship. So that was brought up, and that became an issue, whether they met the Arizona requirements for registration. And a Supreme Court decision said that they were allowed to remain full ballot voters for this election. And then there was another court case for new registrants who used the Arizona state form and they lacked documentary proof of citizenship or residence. Now those, if they registered after the decision, which was on August, thank you, 22nd, their registrations were outright rejected. And we had several hundred of those that we had to make phone calls, send emails and letters, and really try our hardest to get all of the documentation they needed so they could register to vote. And we were able to resolve about half of those. And then we have had federal-only registrants for quite a while now. These are registrants who, prior to this Supreme Court decision, they're kind of grandfathered in as federal-only voters because they have not proven citizenship on an Arizona-required documentary proof, but they have met all of the federal requirements to register. And these are U.S. citizens. I do want to emphasize that you do have to be a U.S. citizen to vote. It's just the documents that are required on a state or a federal level. So we had 903 of those types of registrants, and out of that, 402 voted a federal-only ballot. And then we want to just shout out to our Native American outreach program and the team that worked with the Arizona Secretary of State's office and both Navajo and Apache counties as well to translate those state ballot questions into Navajo and Hopi. And it's quite a feat. It was a several-day just a process of them deciding which words should be used for that translation. Thank you to Ray Daw and his team for that. All right, so early voting officially started on October 9th. And we have 3 recorder's offices that provide early voting services. And then we also partner with cities, towns, and schools. So we have, I believe, 8 in total. We have our downtown Flagstaff office, and then we also have our East Side Flagstaff Mall office, which we partner with the Treasurer's office for. And we have the Alta Edison Native American Outreach Center in Tuba City. Like I mentioned before, that's in the basement of the Tuba City Library. And then we also partner with Williams, Sedona, Page, Fredonia, and the Grand Canyon Super of Schools office. So we try to get a location spread out throughout the county in those populated areas to provide early voting. And our first batch of early ballots had over 64,800 early ballots on the first day on October 9th. These were mostly people who were already on the active early voting list, but they were also some that had requested a ballot just for this election. And by the end, we had 69,706 early ballots issued. And out of that number, 54,646 were returned, voted, and counted. And that's a 78.4% rate of those ballots that were actually voted and counted. The voters that voted by early ballot for this election was 77%, and voters that voted on election day was 23%. So about 3 out of every 4 voters voted early. And as you can see, the 2024 general showed almost 77% of the electorate voted early, and that is right about where we were in 2022. Now, 2020 was our highest early voting ever. And these are just some statistics of how many people voted at our locations. So downtown Flagstaff office, we had 1,401 voted in person, 867 dropped off at the counter, and then we had 2 who had to vote provisional ballots. Our Flagstaff Mall office was also pretty busy. We were neck and neck with them at 1,465 voted in person. And this is a picture of our greeter table, which was very essential for this office because the actual interior of the office is so small that we really had to mitigate the line outside of the office and get them all prepped and ready to go and make sure that they had the documents they needed to vote. And then our Tuba City office was also pretty busy with 879 voters. And then here's just some statistics from the other early voting sites. Page and Williams were definitely the busiest. And they were, I think, as busy as they ever have been with early voting. And then, so the total statistics for our other voting sites was 4,476 voted in person. And we also had a lot that preferred to just drop off their early ballot at the counter that they received in the mail. That was 1,293. And then we had 25 provisional ballots at those locations. And a big shout out to Alyssa McKinley in the county attorney's office. We also borrowed her for a little bit to deliver the early voting materials and training the staff members at those sites. And she used to be our poll worker coordinator and trainer. And the ballot drop boxes, we had 17 locations. And we added 2 in the primary. So we keep expanding. They are very well utilized. And you can see the breakdown, the number dropped off in those boxes. And we had a total of 28,015 ballots that were dropped off at a drop box. That's over half of all early voters returning their ballots that way. And then we also had our drive-up ballot drop-off on election day, and that's where voters can just drive into the parking lot at the recorder's office and hand their ballot to a staff member. 477 voters dropped them off that way. And then this is just some statistics for our mobile early voting sites and ballot drop-offs on the reservation. We had 169 who voted in person that way, and 76 dropped them off that way. And then we also had special election board assistants. And this, like I said before, is for voters who are at the hospital unexpected or they're homebound and they need someone to come out to them. And we assisted 19 voters in that manner. And we also visited senior living communities. We had 8 people vote in person that way, and 10 who dropped off their ballot to one of us while we were there. And then this is just a report that's in your Canvas. It just breaks down the early ballot statistics, the total number issued, the number accepted and counted. And then we did have to reject 263. That's a pretty average percent for an election to have to reject. Now, I do want to mention that the ballots that were either different, actually, I think this on the next slide, we take a lot of effort into trying to contact these voters to cure any issues they have with the early ballot. Now, if the ballot was simply missing a signature, they had up until 7 p.m. on election day to cure that. If the envelope was signed by someone else, they had to vote a new ballot. So they had to vote a replacement or go to their polling location on election day. And then if a ballot was mismatched, so that means that maybe they changed their signature in some way and we could not absolutely verify that it was them who signed it, they could cure that up until 5 p.m. on the Sunday after the election, November 10th. And then the provisional ballot report is also in your Canvas materials. We issued, well, actually on election day, 1,564 voters voted a provisional ballot. And what that means is that their eligibility to vote could not be determined at the polling location. So they were either not on the roster, or they had moved and not updated their address, or certain things like that, that the provisional ballots have to come back to our office, and we do that, that review to see if they are eligible or not. And we ended up counting 529 and not counting 1,035. And this is pretty common because most of now the reasons why they were counted is mostly address changes, things of that nature. But the biggest reason why we had to reject a ballot is that they simply weren't registered to vote. And this is always basically the most common reason. However much we put the effort towards getting that word out, some people just are not registered and they show up at the polls. So just a recap of voter registration and early voting. Total number of registered voters for this election was 90,681. The total voters were 70,993 with a percent turnout of 78.29%. We issued 69,706 early ballots and received and counted 54,646. So that was 76.97% of voters that voted early. And Patty also wanted to mention a huge thank you to Detective Meyer and the Sheriff's Office. We did receive a bomb threat on election day, and that was, it wasn't just us, several of the counties throughout the state received that same one. But we always take it seriously, and there was a sweep of our office inside and outside the building. Everything was good, we were safe, but we always want to take that seriously. So thank you to Detective Meyer and his team for that. And this is courtesy of Patty, this cute little bulldog here. Patty is sad to not be here today. This would be her last canvas, but I'll take any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Are there any questions by the board? Supervisor Horstman?
Just a comment, and thank you so much for the overview. And first of all, just the incredible effort made by the recorder's office and your staff, the folks that came in to help, and the results. I think just the numbers that were served really speaks for itself. And, you know, Coconino County has a reputation for having open, fair, transparent, and safe elections. And that is to a great extent thanks to the recorder's office, our elections department, and, you know, just the people from the community that came out to be part of our poll workers. And it's been a team effort, but, you know, you all were on the front lines, especially the early registration and early voters. And, you know, the fact that we exceeded the average turnout for the rest of the state, I think is really a result of your hard work and your staff's work and the educational outreach that really goes in. I think we forget about that. But the educational outreach was phenomenal. You know, you would be absolutely impossible for anybody who was breathing to not realize the importance of early ballots, importance of registration. I mean, you really did a great job of getting the information out. So an incredible effort. I know you're probably still exhausted, all of you, but certainly much appreciated wherever we go across Coconino County. You know, voting and the ability to vote and the faith in our process is one of the things people mention. So thank you so much, and your staff.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Hess?
Just a comment also, just big shout out to the people out in Belmont where I went and voted. They were true professionals and very helpful, and just everyone was there to help you. I've gotten reports from how good the people at the mall were for early voting in person. That was a very cool experience that they could go there, vote in person early and get it done and still have that experience. And then being a member of the military community, I tell you, I've gotten reports how well your office and the elections office has done to make sure that those votes are handled correctly, and any questions has always been prompt and very professional. And that's just a testament to how much we care here in Coconino County, and keep it up. It's good to be able to be proud of saying that we have everything what my colleague just stated. So keep it up. It's good. It's a good feeling to know you guys have our backs and they're doing a great job, and the people out there are saying it. So thank you. Honestly.
That's great to hear. And I want to put Sedona on the spot because she's the one who takes care of our military voters.
Any more comments?
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment, please.
Go ahead.
I'm on the freeway, so if I cut out, I apologize. I just wanted to thank everybody involved in the elections, recorder's office, elections office, county management's office, all the supervisors. It took a team effort, and the results show. And as was mentioned, you know, this is what democracy looks like: free elections. So, you know, we work hard, all of us, to ensure that. And I just want to give kudos to the team members and just thank you, because, you know, we can't control other counties, or we don't know how other people vote, but we know that in Coconino County, we have free, transparent, and safe elections, and that's important. And so thank you, everyone, for all your hard work. This is what democracy looks like. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you. So every election, we all gather and we get in all this anticipation, you know, and wonder, there's so much excitement from poll workers to, you know, community that are getting ready to vote, to candidates, and just really it seems like a very organized whirlwind when you guys do it. So, but I want to just thank all of you, all those that registered people, and are there more voters? Was there an increase in voter registration this year, or by how much measure? In some cases, there's been reports of higher number of young people. Do we see that in here in our county, or what is the voter registration looks like?
So Supervisor Fowler, we almost hit a record. We were within, I think, a few hundred votes, voters from 2022 and 2020. It seems like it's very cyclical where.
But new voters.
New voters, yeah. So we got about, I want to say about 8,000 or so new just from this past couple months leading up to the election. And it always seems that way where it swells at the very end because people get word that, you have to register to vote, and everyone who has moved here or needed to re-register since then. So we did hit a little over 90,000 again this year, but it really hasn't changed significantly from years past in that very cyclical way. We did not hit a record this year. We were close though.
Okay. And then I want to just thank you for your office. Ray's not here, Ray Daw. But I want to thank all of you staff that were out there registering people, and then also just the whole process. But I want to thank Ray because he joined us at the radio station with Essler also at KTNN. We were able to do a program, and that was a really good program. I mean, we used everything to try to get the word out about how election works, because there was so much misinformation that was flying around. But in this case, we really needed to address it, and that was, want to thank your office, Ray, and Patty, if you're listening, thank you for getting involved in that. That was really important that we address that, so thank you. But the elections went really well everywhere. It was very calm. I know in my, I usually drive around just to see, and it was calm everywhere, and people were just calmly voting, and it was really a neat process to see. Of course, if it's on Navajo, and that's Melissa's phone, everyone. So I know, like on Navajo, there's people that do have their meals and food that are set out, and it was just a typical calm election, and I'm really happy that it's that way in our county, because we hear about just all the what could happen, and I think that's a good indicator of how you all set the election up. Your education out there, you being out there talking to people, getting on the radio and saying election is safe, come vote, you're going to be okay. So I just want to thank all of you for that. I really think it's because of your work that's how it works out here. So it's really in your hands, and it gets conducted really well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to say, the voting, everything went excellent. I've been around here and there also, just to see how things were going. Everything was organized, as you walked in and walked out, and I had a chance to explain some stuff in Navajo, but that was good too. Just like was mentioned, education is very important, especially with the 482 that we had, and we have fun with that as a board of supervisors. And it was one day I got up and took my sheep outside, out of the corral, and jumped in the car, and was going to drive off, and it says, "Hello, my name is Judy Begay," and I thought, "Who's Judy Begay?" And I thought, and they talked about the 482 from KTN, and I said, "Oh my gosh, that's me." But it was so funny. I made myself laugh. But anyway, those kind of education, you guys did an excellent, awesome job. Thank you very much. And, you guys make us shine. The county shines, with you guys all working together and, just being out there. And it's going to take community, like they say, to get things accomplished, and this is what it is. So I want to say thank you so much for everything that you've done, with the elections, and the transparency goes a long ways, you know, where, and a lot of people expect that too. So I just want to say thank you, Esler, your crew, the people that were out there at the polling places, administration that was overseeing and, you know, just pushing everybody. So thank you so much, and the board being out there too. And thank you again. Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, as Eslier gets ready to come to the podium, thank you so much, Donna. We really appreciate you and your team. I did want to mention that Recorder Hanson does appear to be online, so she is listening in. So I wanted to just, I'm sure she was pleased with how long we got to see this amazing photo of her pup as well, and want to thank her for her leadership and her collaboration and her many years of leadership. And making all of our elections so transparent. And also Ray Daw is online, and so he was able to hear all of your comments as well. So thank you to them for tuning in.
And we certainly wish Patty get well soon. So we hope she's back and in the office soon. So please take good care.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Patty. I wish you were here. This is Lena. And you know, this is going to be your last election canvas, and the amount of work that you have done on behalf of Coconino County in protecting the voters here, and really standing out there and on behalf of minorities and voter protection, voter rights. Just want to thank you for that, especially for Native Americans. You had your, you became known across the country for your work and brought Coconino along with you. So I just want to thank you for that. And Ray, what can we say? You do so much work on Navajo Nation, and your demeanor, your just your calm way of explaining everything is just really amazing. Our radio program, people just really appreciated you being on the radio and calmly explaining how things work. So thank you.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Esler?
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I already received all the feedback, so I will be able to breeze through the rest of the presentation fairly quickly here, but I want to say thank you as I'm standing here in front of you today to present the canvas for the election result, and I'm honored that I have the entire elections department team here in the audience as well, because nothing is possible, just like the recorder's office mentioned, nothing is possible without the support and the long and dedication and long hours that everybody puts into the election. An election, and what we are about to do here is a moment that it's a culmination of a lot of efforts and collective endeavors that comes from the board with the leadership and setting up the vision, and it comes with the implementation of the people that make things happen in the ground. So I'm very appreciative of everybody and this entire county community that has been able to step it up for our core democratic values. An election outcome evokes a lot of feelings. Some can be disappointed, some can be happy about candidates. So it's important to acknowledge that, but this diversity of emotions is very much part of our shared journey in our democracy, and it's through this process that hopefully we can come across and find our collective strength. I'm going to go over some of the information, and again, some of these was already covered, but in a lot of ways, this election was very historic from the number of jurisdictions, the number of ballot initiatives that were on the ballot in November. We had several jurisdictions from federal to special districts that were on the ballot. And I also want to acknowledge that the superintendent of school will also be joining us to present the part of the canvas about the school districts as part of this presentation as well too. One of the things that we are always tracking in the elections department as part of the primary responsibility being election day activities is these key categories with the voter experience, polling places, election board workers, political party observations, as well as all the tabulation, the chain of custody that is very important, together with the communication and the call center. While you have like these key indicators at a high level, like I'm going to go through this together with Whitney Juszczak, the Assistant Elections Director. We'll go more in depth to kind of elaborate some of these key indicators and illustrate and give you a full story of all of our activities leading to Election Day through today. At a very high level, you've seen these numbers. We had 91,681 registered voters in Coconino County. 70,933 ballots were cast in the county with a voter turnout rate of 78.29%. To kind of put it in perspective, when you've seen this graph when we did the election plans presentation back in September. This is the total votes cast throughout the presidential elections through the years from 2000 to 2024. So those are the numbers there. The voter turnout, that is very much part of the overall voter experience. In our county, the voter turnout clocked in at 78.29%, and we were slightly above the state average, even though there are still some counties that are still tabulating ballots as of today. But you can see the overall trend, like our county has tended to participate at a higher rate than the state average. The election day and early election day and early voting, of course, this graph again, we've seen this in the past. Early voting has taken off significantly. It's a very voter-centric and very voter-friendly in the way that our voters in our county cast their ballot. I think Donna and the recorder's office have done an outstanding job, and we had a pretty good collaboration given the length of the ballot and the time that it took to fill out the ballot. We worked very well together in offering the voters the options necessary for them to have a good voting experience and to take the time to fill out the ballot at their convenience. So early voting was close to 77%, and election day voting was 23% when you include the provisional ballots that were cast at polling locations. This next chart shows the voter turnout by age groups of the ballots that were cast, and this is an approximation. In the primary election, if you recall from our canvas that we did for the primary election, we saw the age groups of 18 to 44 participate at a very, very low rate. I think with a higher voter turnout, it seemed like that voter participation rate came in more balanced with of course the categories or the age groups of 45 to 45 plus participating at a higher rate, as is shown in this graphic as well. One of the things that also we track, and this is important for some of the reasons that Supervisor Fowler mentioned, is how did voters participate in different precincts throughout the county. And these are the inversion maps of early voting versus election day participation. And you can see that early voting is very popular in our Flagstaff area, in the urban areas, with the darker blue colored in the left side of the screen there. And then election day voting is very popular with our Native American communities, again, as a way to celebrate coming together in our communities and talking about the ballot choices and candidates and all the different initiatives that come about on election day. So again, this is very much in line with what we've seen in previous election, and this is very important to in order for our planning in the future elections, because it very much sets the stage for preparations in the future. I'm going to talk a little bit about the vote centers and precinct polling locations, and kind of a couple of key indicators in terms of both voter participation and overall performance. You may recall that the board allowed us to increase the number of vote centers throughout the county which allow voters to vote where they are, and this model very much panned out as planned. The polling places, all our polling locations opened on time. They stayed open the entire time without any interruptions or disruptions, which is a big milestone and a big mile mark for voter access. The first voter that checked in was at 6:01 at the Cameron Chapter House, and the last voter was at Page City Hall at 7:01 p.m. And we were able to maintain connectivity, which is great for not only for voter check-in, but also for security and communication purposes throughout the day. The number of voters checked in, so because we had the visibility and the ability to see what was happening at all our polling locations, we put into graphs the peak number of voters being checked in at polling locations, the busiest ones, and then the lowest one, and that's the graph on the left side of the screen. But what's very important, and what this kind of illustrates when you average it out, that 152 voters was actually at the NAU South Beaver School. The NAU student government did a march to the poll, kind of not demonstration, but like a walk-in and coming in to vote as a group. So that at that 2 o'clock hour, that polling location had 152 voters. But what this kind of illustrates with the average vote center and precinct specific on the right side of the graph, that what we implemented was like the right model, that we as a county, given our size and the rural nature, we had the right mix of both vote centers as well as precinct specific polling locations that were able to serve the voters throughout. We, on average, we think we weren't very successful at fully implementing this, but we, on average, based on the data that we were able to gather, wait times were less than 13 minutes in the county, which again is a pretty significant achievement of a very important performance measure, given that the size of the ballot and some of the testing that we did, it took anywhere from 20 to 35 minutes to get through the ballot. The polling location and the voter data, this is a pretty busy graph, but I think what is good to illustrate in this graphical kind of illustration is the number of voters, total voters being checked in at all the top 10 polling locations, vote centers. And 9 out of those 10 were vote centers, and close to 55% of the voters in our county voted at those top 10 locations. And you can also see the further down the list, the breakdown of all the other voting locations that maybe did not get the volume, but were very important and helpful for our voters on election day. One thing I want to kind of point out, because it is unique, is that in the Havasupai polling location at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, we actually they were able to move up from the last place. So that is a good achievement there as well. Yeah, we do make the news, but these days for a helicopter ride. So The vote center performance is, again, very important to point out. What you see is in dark blue is voters the percentage of voters that voted at that at that vote center that were within the precinct that were assigned. And then in the red part, you see the number of voters that utilize that vote center as a convenient location to cast their ballot. And the mix there, it's anywhere from like the ideal mix would be anywhere from 60 to 40% split. And in some of those cases, we kind of hit that target. And again, it's a good indicator of that ability of having vote centers and allowing people to vote where they are rather than having to travel. And the last thing I want to talk about before I turn this over to my colleague is the accessible voting equipment utilization. And this is not only a federal requirement to have accessible voting at all of our polling locations to allow voters with different abilities to cast their ballot independently, but this is also a way that our county meets our language requirement at polling locations. And our accessible voting equipment is programmed very diligently and very thoroughly to allow voters to vote and cast their ballot either in English, Spanish, Navajo, and Hopi languages. And that's a very great thing for access. And what I wanted to illustrate in this graph is that we see that the higher percentage utilization rate in our Native American communities of the potentially, we don't ask, but potentially one of those primary reasons would be the language accessibility, which again, it's very important and something that we should all be very proud of. And I'll turn this over to Whitney, and then I'll come back, and Whitney, the superintendent of schools, and I'll come back for some wrapping up comments.
Are there any board members that like to make comments or have questions so far? Okay. We'll just wait until the end then. Thank you.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Whitney Yuschek. I'm the Assistant Director of Elections for Coconino County. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of the details. Can you guys hear me okay? Perfect. All right. So for our election board workers, we had 38 polling locations across our county that Esler touched on. For the majority, our board workers were returning, but we did have 401 that worked across our county, 457 that we trained. For the November election, we had 77 election day technicians, or EDTs. Those are the individuals that our voters first see when they come into our polls, so they check in our voters. In the past, we have primarily used county staff for this position, but in July, we expanded it with the help of the City of Flagstaff, and then for November, we expanded it even further, and we had really great success with EDTs from outside. So we're looking forward to expanding that in the future. And NAU and CCC were huge partners in making that possible. Through the recorder's office and our office, we had 52 trainings throughout our county that were in person. And then we had 12 troubleshooters across our county supporting our polling locations. In terms of breakdown of those board workers, we had the majority, as you can see in that left-hand chart, 61 plus is the majority of our election board workers. 97 of them were 71 and up. I mean, I can't speak highly enough for our election board workers. It's incredible. They work long hours and they do a tremendous job caring for our voters on election day. And then we work very closely with our party chairs to ensure the balance of our election board workers. So you see here with our inspectors and our EDTs who manage our polls, what the party breakdown looks like. Depending across our county, we have better success with some parties versus others, but our party chairs work really closely with us to try to make that balance possible at all 38 of our polling locations. And then there is the checks and balance of the observers that are present at our polling location. We had 68 Democratic and Republican Party observers across our county on election day. 29 of them were present at the election center watching us tabulate throughout the weeks. We started October 21st, and there was somebody there every single day we were tabulating the ballots. So we thank our party chairs for partnering with us. And then on election day, we also had a unique experience where we had a congressional observer, and she was kind enough to provide us a quote that talked about her experience with Coconino County, which you see on this slide here. For tabulation, we had committed on our schedule to hit 90% of ballots tabulated by the Friday of election. You can see on Thursday we had hit 91.35%, so we were proud to say that we did meet the goal that we had set for ourselves. That first release of results at 10 p.m. on election night had 63% of our total ballots cast. And then by the end of election night, we had 85% of the election night ballots, which we expect because Havasupai, as Esler mentioned, is unique, and we do have to helicopter them out on the Wednesday following. So we will never accomplish 100% on election night with Havasupai precinct. But then we continued, and we were able to complete 100% by November 12th. With our political parties, they partnered with us to do a hand count. We had, proudly, again, no discrepancies. And then, of course, we did have the in-person party observers, but anybody could watch on our cameras as we tabulated all of the ballot processes in the election center. For our communications plan, we worked really closely with CCC, NAU to do all sorts of in-person voter events. We were at NAU for the very first 2 weeks of the semester, every single day, to talk to the students. We did all sorts of in-person events with them. We were at their open markets every Wednesdays for a week and a half. We created an Instagram account based off of NAU, the ASNAU Votes Coalition, that recommended Instagram may be a better choice of communication with the NAU students and the younger generation of voters in general. Some of those included the Make a Plan Monday post that you see here. This is happily our animals that we got to take a picture of the ballot to try to show it to everybody. This really was a historically large ballot, so we were trying to make it an impression to our voters that it was really important to make your plan so you understood what you were facing when you saw it in the voting booth. We also did, throughout the entirety of 2024, tours of our facility. So in the top right-hand corner, you can see that we hosted the Tri-Diversity Council at our facility. And then we had a lot of media coverage leading up to the general election. We had a media day where we invited local, and some of them drove up from Phoenix to come and see the election center and talk to them about our plans for the November general election. We had our local with the Lumberjack. We did a podcast. We also were a part of NAZ Today. There was multiple weeks that we had segments with NAZ Today. We were a part of national news with CBS Eye on America, and we were also part of international news with Voice of America and VG, which is Norwegian, I believe. So we had a lot of people with the media that we were providing stories so that they got to really experience what it's like to be an Arizona voter and understand the rural nature of our county and what it takes for any of our voters to choose to cast that ballot. So I'm going to turn it over to the superintendent of schools, who will be presenting.
Hello, everybody. I'll wait for my slides to go on up. Thank you. Appreciate it. I want to start off with thanking everyone, Chair Begay and members of the board. As you may know, the superintendent of schools is statutorily required to conduct the election process for school district governing boards, bonds and overrides, and school district questions. So we were very, very busy leading up to the election as well. And I want to do a special shout out to Stacy Fobar, who jumped in and really assisted with the process. She's our election coordinator, and Fong Martin, the chief deputy. So as we go on to the voter turnout, As expected with a presidential election race, voter turnout was high, and Ash Fork had 92.05%, and it was at our highest district turnout, with Fredonia Moccasin Unified School District who had our lowest turnout at 77.02%. The superintendent of schools office really worked hard on and strive to engage all of the voters in the election process of the governing boards, since it has proven that strong boards equate to strong school systems, excuse me, for our county. Our outreach efforts to engage in voters was through social media posts, radio spots, news articles, press releases, and one-on-one conversations with voters, because we felt it was really, really important for our districts to have strong candidates in the community to be engaged in that process. And we also were able to put together some newsletters, and the last Citizens Report highlighted the importance of governing boards, roles and responsibilities, and for community members to really know who they are voting for when it comes to their governing board election. Next slide, please. Okay, now go ahead, go back to elected, I'm sorry. Now for the election results. Again, the SOS office engaged in numerous outreach efforts to encourage districts to have an election. Some of our districts historically, up until 2022, had not had elections for over 20 years. And so what we did is I went around and I visited each district in their area prior to candidates filing, and engaged with them in how to file, educating them on the role of the governing board, the role that it is not, and what it actually meant for a school system. And then at the end, for candidates to actually officially file, we made sure there were not any barriers. And we traveled to each community and allowed candidates to file at their own school sites and get their names on the ballot. I believe that we are going to, because of this process, we have some very strong newly elected board members that really are representative of their communities, and 7 of our districts had elections, and then we had more that had deemed elected positions. And just a little note, this was Fredonia's first election in over 22 years. So you can see all the elected positions in our districts. And then we actually had a question on the ballot. Sedona Unified closed Big Park Elementary in 2018 due to declining enrollment and budget concerns. And so they asked the voters to approve the sale of the Big Park campus in Sedona Oak Creek Unified School District. Voters approved to go ahead and that the campus could be sold. And then we had 8 districts that had deemed elected, and you'll see like Flagstaff Unified had elected for the 4-year seats, but their 2-year seat was deemed elected because there was not any competition. And so you can see where there were districts that had deemed elected positions. So they did at least have one person that did file through the election process. And this is caveat, and you'll see that it's 9 board members for caveat between, I believe, the 2 slides. And the caveat is all on one schedule versus it being staggered. They have special guidelines and rules that are different from the other districts. And then we do have a few appointments to be made. The one for Grand Canyon is someone resigned from the position, but the filing deadline had passed, so we could not put it up for election. So we have that appointment there in Grand Canyon. We have for the 4-year seat, Fredonia Moccasin. Like caveat, our vote tag, we have native for Tuba City and one position in Tuba City that needs to be appointed. So that's just about it. I want to thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions on the school district governing board elections. And there were no bonds and overrides this time.
Well, Madam Chair, thank you, Superintendent Paget. I just wanted an opportunity to summarize, because I think we kind of gave you lots of numbers, lots of different statistics, and like what it boils down to, like how election day went and what issues and things we witness. And I think everything is, we always have that say that, like, you never want to make the headline on the newspaper, and there were definitely headlines throughout the state about different things and different opportunities to improve and activities on election day. And I felt that the headline from the Arizona Daily Sun, "Polls Chill on Election Day and Flag," is very much telling of, again, the overall feeling and the overall way of conducting elections in Coconino County. I'd say that this was by a lot of those metrics and measures that I already shared with you, a very successful day and very well managed. And again, I think we have to thank everybody that put a lot of heart and energy and thought into election day. Some of the next steps after if the board canvasses of the election results today are going to be to transmit the documents that were in your package to the Arizona Secretary of State. The state canvas is scheduled for next Monday. One other additional step that even though we are done with the canvas, we are not done with some of the election activities that are needing to be completed. There is an automatic recount. There are 2 automatic recount races that fell within the 0.5% margin in the city of Page. There was a council race as well as a recall election that need to go through that recount process. And this is the tentative schedule that we're working with the city of Page in finalizing the court orders, making sure that we can test the equipment, complete all the necessary steps for the automatic recount, and have our Superior Court here in Flagstaff unseal the final results for those 2 recount races. And again, I wanted to acknowledge everyone in our elections department that has been doing a fantastic and phenomenal job in putting together and delivering the Super Bowl of all the elections for the general election this November. Whitney, Margaret, Holly, Lindell, Stan, Denise, Todd, and then Emily and Christian and Damon, they were also fellows from the Secretary of State's office. So we're very proud that we were able to leverage some additional help and support from the Arizona Secretary of State. But everybody in our team did a fantastic job at delivering the vision and implementing the vision and putting that into practice for our voters. A special thank you, of course, goes to the Recorder's Office, and yes, I'll miss Patty Hansen with her last canvas as a county recorder, but I'm sure I still have her phone number, and she will have to answer the phone at some point. So I'm not going to let up on that. But also several of our key departments here in the county, the Sheriff's Office, IT, Public Works, Facilities, Emergency Management, and then specifically our TLO from the Sheriff's Office, Detective Meyer, the Deputy County Attorney, Aaron Anding, Sharon Stifling, who stepped up big time at helping us with some additional training, our Communication Director, Melissa Randazzo, Sue Brown did a fantastic job at managing our call center, which was a 36-hour operation, Monday through Wednesday, getting answers and getting getting calls and getting answers for both voters as well as our poll workers. And a special shout out to Steve, to you, because he's been phenomenal to work with, and a great sounding board for me personally. So thanks, Steve. With that, I'll take any questions because I already got the compliments early on. So.
Supervisor Horstman?
Well, I do have some comments, but before we go there, especially since we have members from both the recorder's office as well as the election department and hopefully people online as well, I really think that they deserve an incredible round of applause. So please. Guys are rocking. And those 401 volunteers from our community too. That was also for them. And it's just unbelievably incredible. And, you did hear the comments we made for the recorder's office. And of course, they certainly apply to the elections department as well. I know you have different functions, but you need to not only work and collaborate together, but it has taken a team effort, and we can see that team effort has even included other departments to lend some of their employees just to make sure this process goes smoothly. And certainly that's exactly what Coconino County did. We really have come to expect the Coconino County's elections are going to run smooth. I know Patty Hansen, a lot of that is really thanks to you and your staff over the decades. And, we look forward to the continuation of incredible service and providing the various, the highest quality elections process anywhere in the country. So you've all achieved that. I want to thank you very much for that, and look forward to doing our job. Ours is the easy job. We get to undertake our statutory responsibility to canvass these votes and to make sure that every single voter's ballot counts and that every single voter will be heard. So again, thank you so much, all of you. Job well done. There'll be more to come, and it's nice to have this one completed. Thank you.
Madam Chair. If I could have a moment, Steve Prue, County Manager's Office. I want to thank the board for providing me the opportunity to serve and support the elections function in this transition role. It goes without saying the two individuals and their respective leadership teams that deserve all the credit are Patty Hansen and Esther Musta and their teams. It has been, it's been a lot of hard work. Patty's on, and I know that we would both say that it was a tough road, but we certainly were able to gel well. And same with Esther, because just real quickly, so when I arrived back at the county in 2021, Patty came to see me shortly after I came back to the county and expressed her desire to return the obligation or the authority or the role of the elections function back to the Board of Supervisors. Now, I facilitated the recorder's office receiving this role back in 1997 with then recorder Candy Owens. And so when Patty came to see me, it was certainly understandable that with her expertise and her capacity and her team, they had created a very, very effective elections function within the recorder's office. And so with that, my task with working with the board and others was to basically stand up a whole new elections department from what we had as a consolidated function. And so I want to credit Patty for her
willingness, as well as Candy Owens, have this function for the many years that they did, as a favor, if you will, to us. And so with that, Essler was enjoying a very predictable career in the Public Works Department as the assistant director. And I approached Essler to consider coming over and being the elections director. And he certainly had all the reasons to say, I'm good. And he was doing phenomenal work in the Public Works Department, as he has done in all of his departments that he served. But after some degree of discussion and somewhat pleading on my part, he decided to come over. And I really want to thank him for taking this, because as he has always done in all of his work here, he has taken obligations and new opportunities and really has done just an amazing job. He's assembled a fantastic elections team, Whitney and everyone, all the folks here. And so credit to Essler for doing what he's done so well. Essler, as well as Patty, are basically the authority in the state. We serve as a role model for some of the other counties in terms of how we have produced our elections. I will have to say that all the challenges that occurred on election day with other counties could have easily happened here too. There's certain that you can plan for 100 million things to do or to guard against. It's going to be that one thing that's going to happen. And so we're blessed with very good planning, very good expertise in that regard. And so really credit to Essler. And to Patty, my gosh, your career is amazing. You have always been there. Your passion for being voter-centric is obvious and apparent. And I want to thank you personally for giving me the opportunity to work with you the past few years to come to where we're at today. And I do want to thank you all. A little bit of a just quickly, years ago, there was this rookie attorney in the civil department, Bill Ring, and I was the elections director, and we had some doozies. And so when you look back and say, okay, what we did back then, punch cards, hanging Chad, all those things to what we have today. And I always say the most controversial, contentious thing I've ever had to deal with as the elections director is when there was a miscommunication with the poll workers and someone ended up bringing the same dish to share for the meal. That was as controversial as it got. I did have the opportunity this past election year to go to Page and to work as a co-inspector in Page. We had over 1,000 voters come through the polls on that day. And to me, in the busiest time of the day, it was a grueling day, but for everyone to come in and just say thanks and to just be able to serve the public as we did through all of our polling places on that day, and we continue to do so, was and will always be a privilege and an honor. So with that, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve, but more importantly, I really thank Patty and Essler for doing what they've done so well. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Steve. It was under your leadership that things started rolling. So I just want to say thank you to you too, and your deputy directors that were there with you at the time. So again, we say it takes a community to get together, do things, and make things happen. This is what it is now. And so I just want to say thank you also. And then Patty, thank you so much. And Essler, your team, everyone here that's from elections and that's not here, thank you so much for everything that you've done to, again, make Coconino County shine. Thank you. I don't know if any other board members would like to make a comment.
Sure. Again, I'd like to just say thank you to Patty for her work, and for Steve for his leadership, and Essler for his leadership, and everybody else around there that helped make that happen. Thank you. The proof's in the pudding. The election went smooth. People feel safe and secure. The numbers are there. We have the data to go through and analyze, everything from this election. but that was a group effort, and it was a colossal effort. And so, congratulations, thank you, and look forward to working with the team moving forward. And thank Patty and Steve as their time with elections is coming to close soon. Hopefully not too soon, but soon. So, thank you.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, well, again, thank you. I know that we just had a public hearing in Apache County, so that is it's still in the process. There's still things can go wrong very fast, I guess, in the election world. But here, everyone, Esler, you just planned everything out, and it was really well done. Just in every polling places, people were just pleased. And you know what I realized that I didn't need to do is early ballot. Dang, I could have voted in person. But it was good. I was afraid that with the there might be long lines, but you know, we asked people to vote early, and that's really amazing how smooth election goes on election day. So you all figured this out, and it's really going well. So thank you, Esler. Thank you, Patty. It's been, and all of the staff that have been working on this, and all the field workers, all the volunteers, and all the facilities. This is a huge effort. So, and our sheriff this year, really sorry to hear there was a bomb threat, but you know, just the nature of where we are today, which is really sad. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, do I have a motion?
Are you ready for the
So
canvassing? Is
moved.
that what you're calling for?
Mhm.
Well, I would love to make a motion
Us.
to approve the November 5th general election results in Coconino County and to transmit the results to the Arizona Secretary of State.
There's a second. Second by
Second.
Supervisor Fowler. So motion has been made by Supervisor Horstman, seconded by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Hey, job well done. Yeah.
I think that that we'd love to have everybody who's working on the elections. Let's get out there and get a picture taken, right, Chair?
How are you doing? Yeah, I'm in a sling for a while.
You sure are. At least that's behind.
Well, she's still part of the presentation. Okay, we're back in session. I think Erica still has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So with your permission, we would like to review the agenda for the retreat on Monday, November 25th. Yeah. 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 Thank you, Lindsay. Clerk Daly, always keeping us organized. We appreciate her so much. All right. Everyone has their copy? Okay. She's gonna, Clerk Daly is gonna pull it up on the screen as well, so we can walk through it together. And just a reminder that on the 25th, we will be starting the meeting here before the retreat at 8:30 on Monday, the 25th. We have consent items on that day, as well as a public hearing for environmental health and animal service ordinance revisions. So that will be here in the board chambers at 8:30. Please note the earlier start time. And we are starting at 8:30 instead of 9 so that we can conclude that business and then have time to travel to our 10:30 retreat, which is happening at the Lowell Observatory. So we want to make sure everyone has time to travel there. And then at 10:30, we will begin the retreat with the call to order and the roll call. And then to briefly go over those discussion items, item number 1 is discussion regarding the county mission, vision, values, and code of conduct / connectivity. We have it listed with 2 different names in some places. So I wanted to make sure everyone knew what we were talking about there. Item number 2 is the discussion regarding county leadership philosophy, the board rules of procedure, and travel. Item 3 is the discussion regarding the fiscal year 2026 county budget process. And CFO Mulaney will be with us to answer any questions regarding travel on item 2, and then also review item 3 regarding the budget process. The board will be looking over timelines for the budget process so that we can move forward and schedule those if they look appropriate and make any adjustments so we can begin scheduling the budget process timeline. Item number 4 is the discussion regarding development of strategic priorities and county priorities. Item 5 is the discussion regarding boards and commissions that the supervisors participate on and vacancies on the county boards and commissions. And Keith from Government Affairs will be there to assist us with that conversation as well. And then item 6 is the discussion regarding the date and discussion of topics for the next board retreat. So we'll be in item number 4. I was remiss to not mention that when we're talking about strategic priorities and county priorities, Laura Royale will be with us to help us with that endeavor. So she'll be helping us review the mission, vision, values so that we can use those in our strategic priorities. But item 4 is to talk about next steps in the strategic priority process. So that will be a next step conversation. So just wanted to highlight some of the things that we'll be doing so that you can see how we intend to get through that conversation. Certainly listing of the priorities and will be at a future meeting because otherwise this agenda would be much too big to get through in less than an entire day. And so if the board has any revisions to this or suggestions to this, we ask that you get those to Clerk Daly by the end of the day tomorrow so that we have time to make those revisions and post that agenda. So by the end of the day, 5 p.m. Wednesday, if you have any questions, suggestions, or revisions to the agenda. Madam Chair, I'm available for any questions if there are any regarding the 2 agendas for Monday.
Okay, any board members wish to make comment?
Thank you, Supervisor Feller. When do we plan to adjourn on Monday? So I believe we anticipate the retreat lasting until 5, but that is the pleasure of the board, certainly. We do have a pretty full agenda, and we do have the facilitator coming as well. So certainly always the pleasure of the board.
If I may,
Go ahead.
obviously, and it also depends on the weather, needless to say, but because we don't want anybody to be unsafe in traveling. The other thing is, I think this is a very aggressive agenda. There's a lot for us to be able to discuss, and I am hopeful that if what we don't get to, we just come up with a different day and carry it forward. I don't want a timeline to dictate our discussion. As we've said, this is an important time for us as a board to be able to, quite frankly, take a look at where we are and where we're going. And so I don't want that to or a time deadline to limit that. Now, if we need to, adjourn at 4, anything that's not done should definitely be carried over to another board meeting, or another retreat, not a board meeting. So, and I'm so glad we're going to be at the Lowell Trustees House instead of here in our beautiful conference room. But I think that's nice. I think it adds to the feel of, a retreat, and it's just a gorgeous place. And for those of you that have not seen the Astronomy Discovery Center, we will be on the campus, and it is just amazing. You really need to see it, and bring your kids, bring your grandkids, bring your friends. It's an incredible, wonderful venue, and hopefully we'll have some time to get over there.
I think we have the agenda here with the listed discussion items. If you can reshuffle them around, something that can go if we don't get to it. I kind of just wanted, I'm thinking that, so we can always revisit that at a later time if we go beyond 4 o'clock.
Madam Chair, yes,
Okay.
we're happy to move through the items as the board wishes, and also to move things that need to be put onto the next meeting, the next board retreat, so that things aren't missed, and so that the board can proceed through the items with the conversation and consideration that they deem appropriate. Some of these items, we know that there will be a lot of thoughtful conversation surrounding, and so we want to make sure that the board has time for whatever they need, and anything we need to move to another retreat or even a third meeting. We're happy to do that as needed.
Would you like to see where our priorities are as board since we're here?
Certainly.
And then that way we can put the top 3 or 4 on top right after the other, and then we'll push that one down. That way we can save that for the next time.
Certainly, Chair. If I may mention, I anticipate the way that we have it written, that item number 1 will be a larger conversation. And that is really to start with the mission, vision, values, and code of conduct connectivity. And so that is a first step in looking at the big picture of all that the board does and how that informs not just our board agendas, but our legislative agenda and some other things. And then we would move into item number 2 and speak about the county leadership philosophy, if the board chooses to do so, or we could move that until later. And then also how the board rules of procedures feed into those other items. The budget process would be a shorter conversation because that really is looking over the timeline and just saying that, yes, that is the budget process that the board envisions. And also the discussion regarding the development of the strategic priorities and county priorities is really a shorter conversation because it is about what are the next steps to take in that strategic process, a date and a time even, or a time of year that the board wants to come back to that, how quickly, and make sure that the expectations for that process are in alignment with what the board is thinking. So rather than a discussion, that's a next steps conversation. And then the boards and commissions. So just wanted to let you know kind of what we were thinking about as far as time constraints for each item while you're considering your priorities.
Madam Chair.
So
So we'll just leave the list as is and then see if we get to the 5 we can always do later.
Right.
Okay, so we'll just go up to 4 o'clock and then
If I may, Madam Chair, just real quick.
Supervisor Horstman?
I would think number 4 is going to be an all-day retreat at a later time.
Absolutely. Yep. And that is what we anticipate. And we just want to make sure that that full day retreat, another full day retreat, we understand how soon that is desired, and what we anticipate for the best use of that day. Also, if I may, the facilitator that we're bringing in for the strategic plan, Laura Real, who will be with us, we also just want to help her prepare for that next step in the strategic priority, strategic plan discussion. So that will be to help inform her, to help her prepare for that day.
Okay. We'll just work it that way then. The way it is right now, and then if we don't get to number 5, we don't get to it, and we can just go that at a later date. But we can probably take it as far as 4 o'clock. Okay, Supervisor Horstman?
And the only other thing to say is I know we're going to have a working board meeting beforehand. We want to make sure we get through that so we're out of here in time. I know we're starting it earlier. If there is anything on there that's not necessary that can wait, we should remove it. Just so that we're certain to get out.
If I may, Lindsay will pull up. Is that what you were going to say, Lindsay?
No, I was just gonna
or
note
just
that
yeah.
for the business meeting, Chair Begay and supervisors, the public hearings published for 9 o'clock. So although we're starting at 8:30, we do have some flood control district action items, but we cannot do the public hearing for HHS prior to 9 o'clock because that's been published. Just wanted to note that. So even if we get done with the consent, 8:35 or 8:40, we've got to wait for the public hearing.
I guess we're gonna adjourn. I think we're down to just one or two items, but if that can wait. Okay, we'll adjourn the meeting.